Two-time U.S. Poker Open champion David Peters took down event number 1 here at the PokerGO Cup, and his success was followed by the likes of Weissman, Jonathan Little, and Kerry Katz. Now, a 5th name will be added to the winner's circle. Find out who right now.
Welcome to Las Vegas for coverage of the 2024 PokerGO Cup. We've reached the final table of event number 5, and Stephen Chidwick is our big headliner. Let's go inside the studio on the PokerGO Strip right now. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters is alongside me for another exciting day of high-stakes tournament coverage. If you want to listen to Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks, they are available on PokerGO.com. Lots of perks for PokerGO subscribers. We'll get into that and much more here at this final table. And there he is on the left, Mr. Stephen Chidwick. I ran the numbers. He's going for his 37th live tournament win. He's a 2-time PGT Major champion. This man has accomplished all already, but he's going to keep on crushing. Sam Soverel is our 2019 Poker Masters champion. Let's see if he can do some damage. Maybe not only by playing, but also by talking. We know he talks a big game. Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by OccupyPoker.ai. Go check them out. Joey Wiseman is second in chips, Justin Zaki third. Then we have Dutchman Joris Ruijs in fifth, and Justin Saliba is our short stack with 14 big blinds. A little bit of a different dynamic compared to yesterday's final table, and there it is. Tournament poker is never the same every day. We'll provide you with a different flavor. The final 6 are guaranteed $41,500. 12 finished in the money, and the winner today will take home $232,400, and of course, a ton of points in the race for the PokerGO Cup. All right, blinds are 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. Let's get those cards in the air, and let's play some poker.
What happened to him?
It's around all the time, right?
I haven't seen it.
Saliba, the short stack coming into today. 14 bigs, pocket fives. He works closely together with Jonathan Little, who won an event here earlier at the PokerGO Cup. Saliba thinks better of it and lets it go. Donnie, what can you tell me about this final table?
I should have looked at chip count.
It's going to be a fun one. I mean, listen, we got Stephen Chidwick.
How much do you have, Justin?
The crusher, the robot himself up on top. Can he close it out? It seems like every single year here on the PGT, every single year on the high-stakes poker scene, Chidwick is either at or near the top, you know, top 3, top 5 players. Can't wait to see how he performs here. Sam Soverel, a little bit of a, I guess, wacky character. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Soverel, always someone who comes with strange plays.
Strange. That's a good way to describe him, right? But listen, Sam Soverel is extremely talented as well when it comes to poker. And you mentioned Saliba, of course. He folded 5s on this hand, but that poker.com or pokercoaching.com group, Little, of course, the head guy there, but you had a Ram Zobian, you had Brock Wilson making some deep runs, you got Justin Saliba today, so I don't know, it feels like that group is really clicking on all cylinders.
Chidwick flopping 2-pair with queen 6 because why not? Soverel with 10-9 off, left with nothing here.
Yeah, this was raised pre from Chidwick out of the small blind. Looks like Soverel is going to have some aspirations to possibly take this away on a later street, but he's not going to be able to do so because it's a full house for good old Stevie.
Is your hand just too strong to continue betting? Like, do you just, like, what is he going to make money off of? Of course, if Soverel has a flush draw, he might come along, but at this point, are you just hoping that Soverel can catch up in a way?
Yeah, but I think you can probably size it on the smaller side. I mean, it's also like, how often is Sam Soverel going to be betting in position with some draws? If he is likely to bet, or if Chidwick thinks he's likely to bet, then yeah, maybe he checks. Chidwick did end up checking. I was going to say, if he did bet, I would go smaller sizing overall.
Soverel left with just 10 high. Chidwick with a full house. Let's see what he's going to come with. That 8 on the river, pretty irrelevant. Chidwick is not going to assume that the 8 will help Soverel.
I mean, yeah, there's one combination, right? 7-5.
Is Chidwick going to check here some of the time, hoping that Soverel will bluff with a missed flush draw or something like that?
Probably depends how he weights, Soverel's range. If he thinks that he hasn't connected, then he might check, hoping to induce some sort of bluff. If he thinks he has connected in some way, maybe he thinks, I could have got called on the flop with a 4. Maybe he's got a 7-8 here, which calls the flop with a gutter and now hits that pair. Then he's probably going to want to bet and get some value that way, because those types of hands, Soverel might just end up checking behind.
Chidwick takes his time, burns a time extension chip, and ultimately comes out with a bet of 450K. Soverel with the easy fold, he lets it go, and Chidwick takes down the first hand at this final table. As always, it's hard to get any comment out of Steven Chidwick, but when he does, it's always a zinger. It is always a
9-3
zinger.
clubs.
Here's a look at the race for the cup. Little on top, I believe, 2 min cashes and 1 win. Puts him at 252. The other players here, Wiseman, Katz, and Foxen, have all won an event. Madanziev has cashed every event so far and finished runner-up to Kerry Katz last night on the broadcast. Race for the cup will go all the way until the end. We have our final table of the 25K No Limit Hold'em on Saturday. Usually everything is still up in the air until the final event, as we see Justin Zaki for the first time. Tosses him into the muck. By the way, Donnie, speaking of Kerry Katz,
Yeah.
he registered for the event that was ongoing because he was at the final table, and then tell the viewers what happened.
Yeah,
Was
so
that
he
exciting for you?
dropped a stack is the term that everyone goes by in event number 5 while still playing the final table, but ran over 3-handed.
Cool.
I'll get back to that story in a second because we got an all-in and a call here.
Wow. Dutchman Joris Ruijs all in with king-6 of diamonds. He is in a world of trouble versus the ace-king of spades of Steven Chidwick. Ruijs is going to need diamonds or a 6. Donnie, I finally get a chance to call final table action of a Dutchman, and then this happens.
Well,
Give me a break.
you're just the country who blew it, man. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
All right, here comes the flop. King 10-3 doesn't make any difference. Actually, worse now for Ruijs, as there's no backdoor diamonds available for him. No backdoor straight draw. Turn card, the deuce of spades. He is down to a 6 and a 6 only. Chidwick about to be an even bigger chip leader. River card is the 7 of hearts. Close but no cigar. Joris Ruijs eliminated in 6th place. We don't lose to England all that often, being Dutch, but this one stings a little bit. $41,500 heads into the Dutchman's direction. We've seen him play all the events here at the studio, and I can only imagine he's going to continue to do so. There's so much incentive to keep playing because if you have one deep run, you're basically a win away from winning the cup. And who doesn't want a nice shiny trophy in their, I mean, on the man. Do people have still mantles nowadays?
I mean, I think that,
Trophy case?
A lot of poker players have some sort of display. There's also that $25,000 bonus for the series winner.
Here's a look at our chips in play, presented by Monkey
How
Tilt.
much you got?
5K, 25K, and 100K. One of my favorite chip sets. Second probably to the Super High Rollerball chip set. Those bright colors are still my favorite. By the way, everyone in the chat, thank you so much for tuning in. I just want to let you all know that the currency to watch this broadcast is likes and subscribes. So that's all we charge. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel as Chidwick again finds ace-king suited. Spades again. Zaki has king-8 of diamonds instead of the king-6 that Ruijs just had. But potentially Chidwick adding even more to his stack here.
What a start this is for Steven Chidwick.
Yeah, and we'll get back to the Kerry Katz story after this hand, Donnie, because it was
We might
quite
not,
funny.
because if Steven Chidwick just keeps getting these hands.
This tournament might last 5 hands. Who knows?
He made a full house in the first hand with queen 6. Then he had ace king of spades. Now he's got ace king of spades again.
Unbelievable.
Pretty nice life for him, huh?
Justin Zaki blinged out. Gotta respect the watch and the necklace combo. Decides that this is not the time to take a stand. Meanwhile, Steven Chidwick up to 89 big blinds. This guy is just absolutely crushing. Yeah, so back to Kerry Katz-Dunning.
Yeah, so he was playing the event number 4 final table that I'm sure many of the viewers watched. Oh, they're just going to cut me off again.
I'm going to keep interrupting you, Donnie, because here's a look at those updated final table chip counts. Chidwick in the early goings here, chipping up very nicely. Chidwick chipping up. I like the sound of that. Justin Saliba still our short stack with 12 big blinds. We're going to see him all in probably pretty soon because you don't want to blind yourself out of the tournament. Okay, Donnie, I'm going to try one more time.
Okay, let's go.
What happened to Kerry Katz?
Yeah, so he's playing 3-handed. They're getting close to the registration end in this event. They have to decide what to do. Kerry actually offers the other players, you know, let's make a deal. Kerry had the chip lead. He even said, I'll give up 5%.
Almost a computer hand.
Madanjiv said, no thanks, I want to play it out.
Really
Ram
didn't know
Zobian kind of was like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess I'll do a
And then
deal and
kinda-
we can hop in that event, but you know, he wasn't like
Context
as
of that kinda
gung-ho
guy,
about the
but-
deal as Kerry was. But because Madanjiv said no, they had to play it out. Kerry did go over at the last second and
Some
drop a
dealer
stack.
telling me the best one I've ever heard the other day.
What?
Some guy told me, it was a dealer, and like, he was like talking, you know, all the ridiculous. What's the computer hand?
Queen 7?
Queen 7. This guy had one I'd never heard before.
What is it?
And he said it all casually. He goes, you won that shit with a Ray Rice. And I was thinking, like, what's
Chidwick
the Ray
here with
Rice?
ace-6 of hearts. He's
And
going
it's queen
to
deuce.
come in for a raise
You know
again
why?
with ace
Elevator, the
6.
elevator bit?
Definitely
But
going
queen
to
deuce.
keep
Why is it
applying the
queen
pressure
deuce?
here at this final table. Let's see if Saliba finds anything this time around, but no, he doesn't. Zaki in the big blind with
I was
10-6
looking at him like, what is the
offsuit.
Ray Rice? He goes, duck, bitch.
Come on.
Again folding.
And he
So
just
that's
stone-faced it. And I
4
was
wins
just
for
losing my
Chidwick,
mind. I was like, what is
1
this
for
guy
Joey
saying?
Wiseman.
Where do they come up with this shit?
Could be a fast final table if it continues. So anyway,
Who's the
Kerry drops a
dealer?
stack. He runs over after folding a hand 3-handed.
I hadn't heard that
He
guy's
gets
name
ace
in
queen of
8
diamonds. He
years.
doubles up. So now he's got double the chips.
All of a sudden, it's a
Then he
poker
goes
hand.
back over to the final table.
But that's probably
Basically
the best
just
one I've ever
blinds
heard.
out in
Yeah.
event number
It's
5.
tough to get better than that.
But he goes on to win the event yesterday. And then he runs his stack in the other event. He, like the quickest winner photo ever. Like he held the trophy up, ran over, hopped in. I think on the bubble or like 2 or 3 off the money or whatever it was. He cracks aces. He gets pocket 8s against Chino Ream's aces. He cracks them. He gets in the money, finishes in 10th place, and yeah, that's Kerry Katz's day. Not a bad little run for him.
Wiseman raising it up here, ace-8 suited. Chidwick defending from the big blind with king 4. Wiseman flopping trips. Weissman continues very small. No real pushback so far for Chidwick, and maybe he's just going to try to win every pot here because he's going to come along with just king high. Jack of hearts hits on the turn. Chidwick probably hoping this is not going to cost him, 3 streets to find out anything. This might get it done here on the turn. There it is. Wiseman gets the win another one. Weissman and Chidwick, so far the only two players who've won hands at this final table. Let me dive into the chat here real quick, seeing some kind words from our good friend Dave Denholm. Donnie, if Dave Denholm says that we are crushing it, then we have to be doing something right, because he is my favorite soccer commentator to listen to.
I think there's still an open invitation from you.
Yeah, there is an open invitation.
He can just take my mic whenever he wants and join Remco in the booth. So.
Dave was supposed to be on the broadcast during WSOP. Still an open invitation. I just want Dave to call like a royal flush or something.
Yeah, we got to rig the deck.
He'll be standing screaming out the window, the same way he does at the LAFC games. So yeah, Nick Russo, who's asking about how Carry Cats did in the other event, he cashed. He finished in 10th place. Negrano also cashed, got 11th, and then Jonathan Little and Dan Shack also added to their point total, which is how Little has secured the top spot for now. Any implications from the players that are currently at the final table? Does anyone already have significant points?
Not significant. Justin Saliba and Joey Wiseman do have points. I believe Wiseman has 26 and Saliba has 24. So they could make a little bit of a dent in terms of climbing up the leaderboard.
So the path to poker mastery, a.k.a. winning the PokerGO Cup, is still far away for those players. But for you, it is just, one website away. Check it out, octopipoker.ai, free for a limited time only. And let me tell you, they use footage of our PokerGO events to do analysis on. So you can learn from Negranu playing, from Isaac Haxton crushing all these super high roller balls. Go check it out, octopipoker.ai. It is free right now. Platform created by the likes of Lucky Chewy, Victoria Lifshitz, and Nick Schulman, among those involved in it. I mean, I feel like half the poker community is involved with this project. Lots of ambassadors for the platform as Chidwick raises from the button enough to put both Soverel and Saliba all in. Soverel lets it go, and so does Saliba. And look at this, Soverel folding ace-3 of hearts. A little bit of a tough ICM spot there with Saliba on just 9 big blinds.
I think even Stephen Chidwick is an advisor for Octopi Poker.
Well, then what are you waiting for? Sign up. Look at this guy's stats. 4th on the all-time money list, 2022 Player of the Year, 2023 Poker Masters champ.
5 left.
Yeah.
One of the original online crushers, Stevie 444. We don't reference that enough anymore, but I think once upon a time he won over 70 seats to the WSOP main event, playing in those step sit and goes. Legend.
You mentioned him being 4th on the all-time money list. I feel like he's probably a favorite to finish atop that leaderboard whenever it ends, just because this guy puts in more volume than anyone. The guys ahead of him, of course, put in a fair amount of volume. Of course, they play the highest stakes events, but Stevie plays all those events and then everything else.
Chidwick raising it up with 7s. Soverel committing here with King Queen off, and Saliba finds ace-9 of spades. He'll probably be happy to give Soverel a chance to bust, Donnie, don't you think?
Yeah, but Saliba's also pretty short here with 9 big, so.
Saliba lets it go, and action back to Chidwick. Given Saliba's short stack, does Chidwick probably fold here because Soverel is going to be way more nutted, as the kids like to say?
I mean, I don't necessarily think Soverel has to be totally nutted here. I mean,
all in on a call. It is a coin flip situation.
You didn't want to leave me with a little change.
Soverel referencing there that Chidwick could have just called and left Soverel with, I think, 175,000 if they would have just checked it down. But Chidwick said, we're going to play for it all.
All right, here comes the flop. Soverel needs to hit something. Jack 9-6. Gut shot straight draw here for Soverel.
9.
Soverel maybe going for the backdoor 9 jack to make a higher 2-pair, and the 9 on the turn hits. Now what?
Fucking card over 8.
Jack 10, king, queen.
What about an ace? You don't want that.
Anything for Soverel here. It's a queen on the river, and that's going to secure a big double up for Sam Soverel. It's a huge dynamic shift here, Donnie. Soverel with direct position on Chidwick. This could really change the tournament.
You heard Justin Saliba there say, I had the winner. That ace-9 would have made trips.
See, that's why I don't fold ace-9.
He had ace-9. He had 9 big blinds. You know, the 9s were calling.
For the sake of entertainment and perhaps some outlandish table chatter, it is good to keep Sam Soverel at this final table. He now very comfortable on 49 bigs. Wiseman on 46, Justin Zaki on 36. Chidwick still in the lead, and all eyes on Justin Saliba, who is down to 9 big blinds.
Everyone guaranteed just over 58K right now. Of course, all eyeing that $232,000 first place prize.
That was probably a bad show if he's snapping the 7s on me.
How do you feel about the shove, Donnie?
I think it's fine. I mean, Stevie's opening up a lot with that size chip lead. And, of course, the chip lead was a bit more demonstrative before that Soverel double up. Just so happened to walk into it. Probably pretty close to the bottom for Chidwick as well in terms of calling there.
Wiseman attacking Zaki's big blind. He's going to defend there with ace-4. Can be letting people run over you there, as Zaki flops the same pair that Weissman does, but with a much better kicker. If you're Weissman, Donnie, how much trouble do you allow yourself to get into with the pair of 4s and the weak kicker?
I mean, a little bit here. You know, you're going to want to bet this. Some vulnerability to your hand. There is a flush draw out there. Possible straight draw as well. He does bet 100K and gets called. But the turn just changes everything because now it's Weissman out in front with a better 2-pair. So this could now flop things in terms of Zaki being the one that could get into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
If you're Zaki, is your hand weak to the point where it is a check call only? Now, of course, you know, things change a little bit because Weissman has 2-pair, but are you not necessarily ever going to go for value here because of the possibilities of it not being the best hand?
You go up to the bar and grab it?
Maybe not on the turn, but maybe on the river.
Waitress around?
No, you want water?
No.
Okay, deuce on the river, so both players with a full house now.
There isn't one working.
That trouble for Zaki just got a little bit more. See how Weissman wants to play this one. Probably going to come with some sort of a bet here.
350.
There it is, 350. Yeah, Zaki with the quick call, of course. Can't fault him there. It's like, really, that turn card? Out of all the turn cards?
6.
350.
In my opinion, these are some of the most frustrating hands to lose. When you see him, he shows the 6-4.
I know you, but you went to throw the chip and it threw it back at you.
You were so far ahead, and then you get crushed like that.
Yeah, and Zaki did show his 4, you know, just letting Joey know, you know, he got one there. Got one, got pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Wiseman has 8th career PGT final table. Solid player. Always seems focused and determined to get good results. Shout out to all our moderators in the chat. I see Russell. I see Armix, Indiana hanging out. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel.
Couple of aces here for Mr. Soverel.
All right, chat. Let me know what's the best nickname for Pocket Aces. I can tell you it's the burgers. That is just the best. But I wonder what you call them at home.
Brent Hanks won't be happy that a couple of ducks went into the muck for Justin Saliba.
Zaki here, King Queen offsuit in the small blind. Looks good. Perhaps kind of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, it might be awkward. About 23 big blinds in the small blind here. He is going to come along. Nothing there for Chidwick. Puts the queen 9 in offsuit into the muck. Means one queen is gone for Zaki, who has to play out of position against Soverel's aces. 5-4 deuce here, rainbow. Justin Saliba would have flopped bottom set. That's why Brent Hank says you gotta play the deuces, man. Zaki checks. Soverel electing to check behind. King on the turn. Zaki could be a bit happy about that, but we can of course see that he is still very much behind here. Zaki does check. It's time for Sam Soverel to start putting some money in the pot. 120 is the bet here.
Zaki comes with the call. I mean, this could cost him a lot on the river.
That river could save him. Just because now any ace, of course, for Soverel gives him the wheel here.
I mean, this is just me being results oriented. But is Soverel supposed to shove here a lot in sort of hopes that Zaki did connect in this kind of way?
I'm not sure exactly about shoving. I mean, I think he's for sure betting and betting confidently. I mean, I don't think Justin Zaki probably has a lot of sixes in his range here, so not so sure you need to be too worried about that.
Zaki here with a big decision. What is going through his mind here, Donnie? Is it the?
I mean, that is
the lone ace is the big concern here.
I mean, yeah, the ace is a big concern, and even if Soverel doesn't have an ace, and even on the turn, like that king is probably going to favor Sam Soverel being the pre-flop raiser, right? So he's going to likely bet that turn. River, you know, Soverel's going to have probably a lot of aces here, so yeah. I think if you're Soverel, you know, you mentioned the all-in, kind of the overbet there. I think maybe if you have one ace versus two, because with two, you're taking away the chance that you could push your opponent off a chop in any sort of way. Not that they would probably fold the wheel, but you know, you get the point. So I think Soverel's here probably trying to target a king, probably trying to target, I don't know, 2 sevens, 2 eights, something like that. I don't know, at first it looked like he was going to call, then it looked like he was going to fold. Now he's back thinking again. It is about a half pot bet, so overall betting 330 into 600.
Ooh. He doesn't
that
want.
looked like it was gonna fold.
Yeah.
Now it's like, really? I'm not.
He does lay it down. Yeah. He's going to feel real good about himself when he sees it on TV later on. Justin Zaki preserving some of his stack here, but he's still one of the short stacks right now. Sam Soverel chipping up nicely after an early double up, and here's a look at that peak performance. 181 cashes, 131 final tables. That is an absurd statistic. So when this guy makes the money, he makes a big, deep run. 29 wins, 30 second places, and 14 third place finishes. What an insane statistic for someone to have, that whenever you run deep, you give yourself a chance to win.
Of course. All right, so Saliba, excuse me. Saliba's going to get involved here. Finally, one of those committing raises. Got the Jack 10 of diamonds play folding over here to Soverel in the big blind. He's got a couple of 4s, so this is probably going to get in.
Soverel already unhappy about having to spend these chips, but doesn't seem like he's going to get away from it.
Oh, he does.
Oh.
Well done. Okay.
Wow.
Dead.
Fair? No?
If Saliba had shown his cards,
I meant
does
post flop.
Soverel
There's
take
no
the
way
flip
you
with
could do
pocket
that.
fours?
My hand.
Flipping.
I don't know. I don't know how Sam feels today. It kind of just comes down to that.
It's not always the same outcome. I respect that. For those just tuning in and those sticking around for quite a while, let's bring this video up to 500 likes. It would really help us to spread the word of the final table
Really?
action here on our YouTube channel. And while you're at it, if you enjoy poker action, just hit the notification bell once you become a subscriber to the YouTube channel, because that gives you an update every single time we launch a new video, and we have daily new content on the channel. And it's been a lot of fun putting together a variety of highlights, throwbacks, new clips,
King Jack.
a whole bunch of good stuff.
You just jammed it in there.
Yeah, no trap. If it was suited, I might fuck around.
Soverel gets some money back there from Saliba. 2 WSOP bracelets. 34th on the all-time money
You never
list.
2 or 3 in your hand? Or 4? Like you show?
In my
You're
mind,
kinda
he's
weirdly dead, though.
higher on that
No.
list.
I had a hand that does extremely well against you.
Not a pair.
I know. But I have a hand that does extremely well against you.
What the fuck you mean extremely well? You have a small pair?
I had Jack 10 of diamonds.
That's extremely well for you, maybe.
If you're going to have overs. Extremely well.
So Soverel looks bewildered by Saliba's comments. Walk here for Joey Weissman.
Computer?
No, I didn't.
Near you.
I was hoping you.
All right, 5-handed action still underway. You want to get into your own action? Go check it out right now. Go to PokerGoPlay.com and get in the game. Download it through the App Store or on Google Play. Donnie's always up. He's always there grinding. I always see him grinding. He might even start grinding right now.
I'm not going to grind right now.
Speaking of grinding, this is a weird side street. I got to show you something that I have in my bag, Donnie. just bring me back to the game.
I have no idea where this is going.
All right. It's called a Mio Mini Plus. And so I used to
It
have...
looks like a Game Boy.
Yes. So I used to have a Game Boy when I was in my early teens. This is a Game Boy, basically, but it's an emulator that cost me like $60, and you load your favorite games on it. It can be any game from any platform, and you install this little software on it called Onion, and then you have your little pocket gamer, and I'm playing Pokemon on it. But you can
That's
play
amazing.
you can play a Super Mario on it. You can even play PlayStation 1 games like Final Fantasy. This is the technology, Donnie. Look at this. Oh, we're gonna catch this one.
You got to catch them all. Soverel here flopping a straight against Justin Zaki. Soverel came in with a raise here out of the cutoff seat. Zaki with the defend out of the big blind. Zaki checked on over to Soverel, who bets 90K with his flopped straight. Zaki's got enough here to come along. Does make the call. Ace on the turn.
Very
Check,
interesting.
check here.
I was going to say very interesting turn card. And the
Ooh,
river
there's that
brings
heart.
a third heart. Both players now with strong hands, but Zaki hitting a flush. Donnie, I feel like Zaki deserves it after
Zaki checks.
the
so
chips he lost.
Yeah, he checks there. Would expect Soverel's coming with a bet here, and when he does, we know what's coming. It's going to be a check raise from Zaki. Soverel might just put him in here, given the stack size too, because 455 out there, 660 for Zaki. Okay, he's going smaller. 375.
Check raise incoming. Obviously, not much to worry about for Zaki here. The thing I want to see is the look on Soverel's face when Zaki moves all in.
On.
There it is, the all-in shove from Justin Zaki. Soverel in the tank. Donnie, if you're Soverel, do you have to fold here? Because, like the only hand maybe is like the same one, Queen 10, but you already have it yourself. Like
Yeah, I mean, it's
660.
hard to find a fold here with this price, but I don't know. I feel like if anyone can figure it out, it might be Sam Soverel. I mean, it's kind of like he knows it as is, right? I mean, shaking his head, motioning his hand, like.
Down the same hand.
I mean, as you just mentioned,
Maybe you can
Soverel
have
just
nines.
said, "Can we have the same hand?"
Fucking take the money.
That is me at every cash game. Fuck it, take the money.
Put it on a T-shirt.
That is a great T-shirt. Sam Soverel pays off Justin Zaki, who finds himself a much-needed double up. Zaki and Soverel now almost tied in the 2 million chip
I'd be too
range.
disgusted if I folded and then saw you chop.
Right here.
Donnie, what's with the upside-down Tampa hat?
You tell me.
Is this some kind of hype beast type stuff, or
We're gonna have to ask Justin Zaki, man.
it's not a it's not the colors of the Buccaneers. It's not the colors of the Rays.
The colors of the Buccaneers.
It looks orange.
Yeah, the old creamsicles.
I mean, maybe I'm too new here.
Wow, the old creamsicles were lit, man. Those are the best jerseys.
I'm just trying to find this. Oh, I found it already. MJMT Apparel. They got every city, Donnie.
There you go. Were they all upside down?
Yeah, all of them upside down. Affordable too.
I mean, there's a business idea.
30
We're just
bucks.
gonna take the names of cities. Somebody's already probably put them on a hat, but you know what they haven't done? upside down.
How about we do it?
Sideways?
No, mirrored, so that when you take a selfie, it's automatically the right way.
Oh, I like it.
Please give me royalties. Chidwick has taken a few hands off after that hot start. Still sitting at the top of the counts.
190.
190.
People in the chat are telling me that I did something illegal, but let me tell you, it's not.
What did you do that was
The
illegal?
my little fake Game Boy that I have. I looked it up. It's not illegal. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I want that
He didn't
Pokemon
realize he
grind.
needed more.
I was looking for 2 outs there.
I was like 95% sure I had Jack ton of hearts. I'm like, man, I hope this isn't like offsuit.
Yeah, one
But
hard.
then when I look back, it's like,
Chidwick has 2 career 8-figure
You're like,
years.
fuck it either way. It's
Yeah.
Come on.
like 98%.
Probably not too many people that can claim that
We
stat.
have one more hand after this?
Yeah.
2 career 8-figure years?
Yeah.
I believe there's a couple.
Well, there has to be a couple, but not many. I would guess someone like a Seidel or a Dan Smith. Obviously, Bryn Kenny, Justin Bonomo, Saliba here. Finding pocket kings at the right time. He only has 9 bigs. Saliba comes with a committing raise. Sadly enough for Saliba, nobody finds anything.
So Chidwick was the first player with 2 8-figure years. I know this. I looked this all up
Wow.
like a couple months ago.
You have this ready? Like this stat ready?
I have an article that I'm about to publish on PGT.com like anytime when I get a few moments.
Wow. Well, Justin Saliba is still trying to get to 8 figures in total earnings. He's at 4.9 million. Still a very impressive resume for Saliba. 119 cashes, 28 final tables and 2 wins. And guess what? Both of those bracelets. Let's go.
Yeah, so Chidwick hit 10 million or more in earnings for the first time in 2018. And then he did it again in 2019.
Wow.
He almost became the first player to have 3 last year, but fell short by a couple 100,000. I thought he might get there at the end of the year. He didn't. So he would have been to 3 and no one else had 2.
That's crazy.
But to close out last year, 3 players tied him with 2.
Really?
Jason Kuhn, Mikita Badziakowski, and Dan Smith. So it's Smith, Badziakowski, Kuhn, and Chidwick are the only players
Really?
in poker history with 2 8-figure years. Which is crazy
That's
because you have like Justin Bonomo
Yeah.
had those massive years. Fedor Holtz had a massive year, a couple years in there. Bryn Kenny, but they've only eclipsed the 10 million once, all those other players.
What about Jamie Gould?
Once, man. 12 million, man. That's it.
Oh, man. Great stats there from Donnie Peters. Let's look at these players walking into the building. There's Justin Zaki. Stephen Chidwick, as always, with a fast stride. Sam Soverel with
Making deals.
some business calls to be taken. Oh, green smoothie. That's a tell. That's definitely a tell. How tall is Justin Saliba?
6'8".
He looks huge.
I have no idea. He's very tall.
All right, based on
Stephen Chidwick's very tall, but Justin Saliba made Stephen Chidwick look like he's 5'8".
wow.
Strap on underneath.
All right, blinds are up 30K,
What's the highest
60K.
it's ever gotten to while you're playing?
It's been in the 140s.
140? What, just playing poker?
Yeah.
I've never broken 90.
Dead inside.
It was never
remem-
like. I always kind of assumed.
to call.
The first time I had one of those trackers on, I won some online bracelet bullshit.
Yeah.
But I was looking at it, and I saw it hit 100 twice, and I looked, it was a break. It's because I ran to get coffee.
Yeah, maybe I'm lying about 140. I don't know. I think I've seen something. Definitely in the 120s.
10 seconds.
I looked at it. She was 46 yesterday.
135.
He's sitting at the poker table. Not very
If I keep running
physically
Jack 10 of
fatiguing.
hearts, I might hit 180 though.
You might be able to match Soverel in the 40s.
My resting heart rate is in the low 40s.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is Winter here?
When I'm really on my game, it's
Need some,
probably 43, 44.
I need some coaching for the spot, you know?
It's a good sign.
He is the best.
So,
in the whole
funny
world at
story,
that.
when I started wearing a Whoop,
Okay.
this is early 2020, my resting heart rate was like 58,
100,000.
and now it's like
Like
42.
Hold one time after you put the 300 in.
Building that big
You
engine.
just fuck for that.
Chidwick with a raise, ace-4 suited, Wiseman fighting back with king-5 off. Tony, why is king-5 off a good hand to 3-bet with?
I actually watched Peters bluff him in one of those.
Some blocker
For like
value
one
here
big blind.
with that king.
Remember when you bluffed?
It's kind of like the
waiting for
evolution of
infinite.
like what Steven Chidwick has here. You know, a lot of people taking
You
the
had sevens, you had
ace
nines.
wheel cards. Now people are kind of doing it with the king wheel
yeah,
cards.
he beat me with like 6 or 18 combos or something. Like it was like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s or something. With only bad hands on this third board. And I was like, fuck it, I got the worst one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of sick.
Some interesting sizing here too. I
He
mean,
won every other all-in.
Weissman's gone
2 years.
quite large here. 900. I mean, that's
Oh, baby! Steven Chidwick pulls the trigger, moves all in with ace-4. How about that?
I mean, how good? I mean,
Oh
how
my
good is
God.
he? I mean, that's why he was the first player with 2 $10 million plus years.
My God. Joey Weissman just gets that, you know, when you used to try to get a cookie from the kitchen and then your mom caught you and then slapped you on the fingers? That's what Steven Chidwick just did. A little slap on the hand. My tournament, my final table. Back into your corner here. Chidwick, of course, first on England's all-time money list, currently also leading the way with 69 big blinds. Nice.
How many did this start with?
26.
The 10K.
Oh, this one. 40. 34? 41?
Kyle Petering in the chat says, I went to
Okay,
high
so it
school
didn't
with
drop
him.
off that
He
much,
was
but I
our
think it lost a
goalie.
lot
He
of
is
people.
6'5", about Justin Saliba. That's
Don't you usually grow after high school? He was a pretty good goalie. I think he went to Dayton afterwards. Played
Isn't that-
soccer there.
Isn't that where Mike Sexton's from? Ohio? Dayton, Ohio?
I don't know if he's from Dayton, Ohio exactly. I mean, I know Mike Sexton was a big Ohio State fan. My dad went to Dayton. That's how I know that.
Mike Sexton was born in Shelby, Indiana.
But he's a big Ohio State fan, I believe.
No, he was born in Dayton, Ohio. How about that?
There you
Wikipedia
go.
got it right. See, I know this stuff. Yeah, Mike Sexton, of course, high-level gymnast.
Quite the dancer, too, like
Yep.
ballroom dancing. I mean, man of many, many talents.
Been fortunate enough to interview Mike quite a few over the years. He'll be missed forever.
10 seconds.
Still weird that he's not around.
One of the best ever, by far.
Absolutely. Well, look at this, Donnie. They haven't learned.
Yeah, but this might be a bit of a different situation here. Maybe Chidwick takes a shot with this chip lead, trying to take out Saliba, but probably less of a messing around factor for Saliba here as compared to where Joey Wiseman stood.
10 seconds.
Chidwick does give it up. Saliba gets that one through. Hasn't had many chips to work with today, but Justin Saliba is making the most of it. He's already laddered up one spot at least and trying to do so a couple more times.
For Sam asking in the chat, how did your heart rate drop 15 BPM? Getting healthy. That's really all there is to it. I got into endurance sports, cycling to be exact, but it could be any endurance sport really. And I got pretty fit doing it, and guess what? I feel quite a bit better. But I mean, working at the PokerGO studio is about the worst thing you can possibly do. if we try to stay healthy. Producer Aiden, of course, always trying to feed us pizza, sausages. He just, I don't know. I think he has a sort of an agenda. He's smiling
says
behind
yes.
me. He's just smiling behind me.
10 seconds.
That's why they put us in this room with the glass window
I know.
at all the snacks.
Oh.
Although, they did restock the Mezcla bars.
No way.
Yeah, Maury Eskandani,
Oh.
president of PokerGo, Poker Hall of Famer, the head honcho around these parts.
Is Maury hoarding the bars somewhere?
He comes in. He must be because he comes in today. He goes, "I have so many of these Mezcla bars." I'm like, well, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We've been out for a couple days. We're dying over here.
Maybe one back and
Mezcla, of course,
What are we
sponsor
talking about?
like when somebody
of the
leaves a tip
PGT.
I mean,
You guys can check them out at
Maybe try to go.
eatmezcla.com. They're very good. Remco and I approve.
yes.
Yes, they are a sponsor. Yes, we probably should be saying this, but what
I just
what
don't
they
want
don't tell us to say is that we actually do like them.
Yeah,
I don't
the one time they were in stock
do that
here
shit.
in our studio snack aisle,
honest poker.
we probably had 3 a day for like a week straight. All right, back to the action here. Zaki with ace high, best versus Chidwick's king high. But we all know that Chidwick takes no hostages. So I
Takes
would
no prisoners,
takes no
baby. Let's
prisoners.
go.
I
There's a
mean-
9.
I
Boom.
mean, come
He's just
on.
going to win it like
Did it
this.
in cash
Come
with
on.
Ben A6. An amazing spot. I don't know. He did that in a cash game, but it was like he had like the bare ace of spades, like the flush was, I don't know, it's hold'em,
Yeah.
and it's like 200, 400 Bobby's room, and he bet like an amount where there was still some left over. He's about like 2.5x pot or something, where there's still like a little bit behind.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
And I think it was like a 9-10 board or something, or like king 9 board. But I had like queen jack
Fires out of
different
bet.
bricked with the queen of spades, and I reshoved for nothing more because I thought he just had like the bare ace of spades.
Yeah.
There's a spot where
Did he flick it in or no?
no, he just immediately folded.
Yeah. Sometimes that's my biggest concern.
I showed him and started laughing, obviously, because it was cash. But
Zaki decides it is not worth the
he
trouble.
didn't consider calling. He literally folded in like
Lets
1
it
second.
go, and Chidwick back up to
But I had to
over
sit there and
4
count.
million chips.
Yeah, yeah.
James Bray says, does going deep in poker tournaments count as endurance sport? No, that's endurance gambling. It's different, but also pretty similar.
It definitely, has an effect on you health wise. I mean, your blood can get absolutely racing in poker tournaments, and
Right.
that's one of the things that a lot of these top players, they try and better themselves at. Controlling your emotions, yes, but also controlling your heart rate, controlling your breathing, controlling your blinking, like all that sort of stuff.
135. Raise to 135.
Part of that is being in good health in general. Someone like a Steven Chidwick, right? Like he's constantly working out. I think his big thing is he goes climbing a lot, right? So Sam Soverel works out a ton. So just being healthy in general can just help your game, help you maintain focus for a lot longer, play those long hours, and also while you're playing for lengthy periods of time, just be at the absolute top of your game, not have any sort of mental fog that comes along with it.
I think it was John Juanda who once said that he'll bring like 12 almonds when he goes play a poker tournament. That's all he eats during the day because it allows him to stay focused if he doesn't eat lunches or big meals or snacks at the table. And
I don't eat when I play.
just don't eat at all.
I find myself able to focus better if I'm in a fasted state, and I just feel like at times maybe you eat the wrong thing, your body reacts in one way, your blood sugar spikes
Is
a
it
little
too late
bit,
to order
you might
food?
get tired, stuff like that. It's just like, no, I'm just gonna stay fasted for the whole day.
Is it too late to order from the breakfast place?
Upstairs?
Yeah. I can order from there?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I do chicken and waffles with grilled chicken and berries? Yeah, no bacon, and then like some side of the veggies if you have it.
No one in the world orders grilled chicken and waffles other than Sam Soverel.
No bacon and veggies. Meanwhile, Steven Chidwick,
Why is the waffle there?
daily kombucha for Chidwick.
He really does every day.
Yeah. Sign of wealth, Donnie.
I'm not sure I could.
He can afford to shop at Whole Foods.
I think I have about one a week. I don't even think I could stomach one.
Yeah, but they're like
More.
$13.
They are expensive. No, they're not that much anymore.
Oh, the green juice for Joey Wiseman. Remember when poker used to be like overweight people smoking and
In dark rooms.
yeah, drinking
whiskey.
Drinking whiskey. We're having kombucha, and Soverel doesn't even want the bacon that comes with his grilled chicken and
I can't
waffles.
believe you just ordered grilled chicken and waffles. I mean, who orders grilled chicken and waffles?
Big
You
hands.
got
Really?
Yeah.
You would have gotten it off of them then.
Really?
you guys can count on Donnie and I to
You have
always
King Deuce off.
get the
What do you mean?
pizza if we have a chance.
Something like that.
Ches is
I was okay with
asking, who do you guys think the
I'd eat
top 5
Yeah.
current poker players are right now?
Stephen Chidwick is in there.
Man, that's a tough question. I think Isaac Haxton has to be in there. Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn.
We're just talking no limit tournament players, of course, because that's the only. I mean, I'd say Alex Foxton has to be in
Taylor
there.
1.8.
I mean, it's hard because it's very much results driven, but I feel as though those players also study really hard and continue to do so after being in the game for well over a decade.
On.
All in.
Here comes Saliba from the small blind, of course. Only has to get through one person, and Weissman lets it go. For someone with 12 bigs, Saliba seems very, very comfortable. MC says in the chat, you're required by law to put Phil Hellmuth on that list.
No, we're not.
DJB says Lonis, Foxen, Stevie, D-Negs, and Becker. David Coleman gets a mention. Phil Ivey? No, Phil Ivey is out. Wes says Kuhn, Marderosian, Leon Sturm, Nicholas Osted, and Chidwick. I mean, this is why it's so difficult. These guys are all absolute maniacs at the table. Soverel raising it up with Queen 8 offsuit. Saliba on the button with Ace 9 offsuit. And there it is, the committing raise to 700,000. This is going to work unless one of the blinds finds something to play with. Oh, and Justin Zaki finds jacks. This is disaster for Saliba.
10 seconds. Call.
Saliba makes the call, gives Soverel a chance to get away from his Queen 8. Keep in mind, Saliba not all in yet, but he only has 35K left behind, so that's going to surely go into the middle on the flop here.
Sorry.
100.
All right, here comes the flop. 9-3-6. Saliba is going to think that this is what he needed. Well, he's going to need quite a bit more.
Good.
Saliba looking for another 9 or an ace to double up. Otherwise, Justin Zaki will become the new owner of a large amount of chips. Saliba looking for a 9 or an ace. 4 is not going to do it.
I had a big fucking hand, let me tell you.
Yeah, nothing.
Ace 9 actually had the same hand.
Really?
Soverel's trying to
Yeah,
mess
like
with Saliba.
29.
The other 2 jacks. You're extra live.
All right, river card, here it comes. It's the 7 of spades,
Good luck, guys.
and that's the end for Justin Saliba. Deep run for him, but it ends in 5th place. He takes home $58,100, and we'll see Saliba again in the next event, which, by the way, is a 15K no-limit hold'em, so the price of poker is going up. We're going to see some bigger payouts in the next couple of days. A couple of 15Ks and then a 25K to close out this series. And Justin Zaki, who was very short not too long ago, now sitting second in chips with 40 bigs, so quite a nice turnaround for him. Here's a look at the remaining payouts. 78K for the next player to exit, then 107, 149, and 232 with, of course, matching point totals as well for the race, for the Cup race, as well as the PGT leaderboard. You can find the full leaderboard on PGT.com as well, where we also have live reporting of every single one of our events. Four-handed feels like anyone's game right now. Stacks a bit deeper.
I feel like this is Steven Chidwick's new like final table attire, the hoodie. He doesn't wear the hoodie like for the rest of the tournament, but then final tables we've seen him in the hoodie. It's kind of like, you know, Tiger Woods' Sunday Red type of thing.
Right.
Hoodie's like, or Chidwick's like, hoodie up, let's go.
Do you have a go-to hoodie for poker?
I don't wear a lot of hoodies for poker. I like to wear like cardigans. You know, still like the same sort of like warm thing. Oftentimes they have a collar on them to protect the neck because if my heart does start racing at times, I want to keep that covered up.
Right.
If I can, but not like be overly.
I feel like I got you into cardigans.
You did. That one that you gave me kind of started the whole thing. And I have a lot of similar ones like that. Now, my problem with the hoodie aspect is that I like to have it open in the front.
Oh,
Because,
yeah.
like, sometimes it may be a little hot, so if you can have it open, it breathes a little bit. But the hoodies are just like, it's kind of too much. And it's confined.
Heads up here between Chidwick and Zaki. Zaki flopping a king, continuing his run.
100,000.
Looking to make some money off Steven Chidwick. Chidwick comes along, 9 hits on the turn. Zaki aiming to take, excuse me, Zaki aiming to take Chidwick to Value Town here. Zaki continues betting.
240.
240 is the bet. Donnie, if you're Chidwick with sixes, do you just reach a point where it's not worth the trouble?
Yeah, and this might be that point right now, right? I mean, what are you really beating? Call the flop for a small bet, you know. Maybe there's some way that your opponent just checks back, turn in river, and you can get there. I mean, there are some I guess, draw combinations here that Zaki could have. Maybe that's why Chidwick elected to call once again. If he did have a draw, though, I mean, there's a spade.
I mean, are we going to see some wizardry here of Chidwick realizing he is behind and this might be what it takes to bluff at this spade river card? Action goes check, check. Zaki is going to table that king-queen and chip up to 3 million. Nice little heater here. Zaki winning back-to-back hands. Chidwick still maintains his lead. Soverel and Weissman tied at the bottom of the counts. This is the tournament summary presented by StormX. 10K buy-in, 83 entries. Like we said before, 12 players cashed, including Kerry Katz and Daniel Negreanu. We recently lost Justin Saliba and Dutchman Joris Ruijs. If you're just tuning in, we're streaming the entire final table. Please make sure to like this video and subscribe to our channel. That's all we ask for. If you are a subscriber, that means that you are going to be in the know whenever we have new content coming out, and we have tons of content. We're averaging 2 videos a day for the last 3 months, and we're going to keep that up. Soverel with the limp.
$240.
This is 240.
Look at this. Weissman just aggressively walking all over Soverel here after he decided to limp. All right, four-handed play underway here inside the studio. If you want to get a chance to play in the studio, become an annual subscriber. Use promo code PGTDREAM24 to save $20 on your annual plan. And keep in mind, we're sending 10 of our annual subscribers to play in our PGT Dream Seed Invitational. And that event gives you a chance to qualify for our $1 million free roll. By the way, that event in Las Vegas here at the studio. So a trip to Las Vegas, who doesn't want that?
35.
Chidwick, ace-king offsuit.
Call.
He's going to come in for the raise. Third time he's had ace-king at this final table. Must be nice. Andre says, glad I was notified about the game. From South Africa, busy doing late office work. This will keep me awake. Andre, thanks so much for tuning in. Much appreciated. When I visited Cape Town, I had an amazing time. Also went to the World Poker Tour event in Johannesburg. That was also a lot of fun. Ace 3-8 rainbow flop. Chidwick, of course,
90,000.
with top pair, top picker.
Zaki comes along here with one bet and just drills trip eights
Oh my
on the
God.
turn. Zaki checks it over to Chidwick. Chidwick checking behind.
Third club hits. Is this where the mental warfare kind of takes place? Zaki perhaps thinking, I can make this look bluffy if I go big here on the river. Chidwick very unlikely to have a flush.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think Zaki so far has kind of come with, I guess, a more conventional sizing for all of his betting. Here he comes with 220. So, you know, a little bit less than half pot, 40% pot, something like that. Chidwick just might have a little bit too much of a hand here and be forced to pay him off.
10 seconds.
does make the call. Chidwick is going to see the bad news. And Justin Zaki leaps into a tie for the chip lead. What a rush. What an absolute rush these last 15 minutes or so from Justin Zaki. Very well done. He now up to exactly the same chip count as Steven Chidwick. So two players tied at the top, 2 players tied at the bottom. So really anyone's game here at this final table. By the way, while you're at it, check out octopipoker.ai. They present our chip counts right here on the screen. You can learn a lot with their free software. We've already lost 2 players, Justin Saliba and Joris Ruijs, which means four-handed play will get more and more intense as the blinds go up. Average stack right now, 43 big blinds. Back inside the room here. Action on Wiseman, who lets it go. See if Zaki's going to attack Chidwick's big blind.
Might just limp this one here. See how Zaki wants to approach it, though.
Call.
There is that limp. Chidwick with the queen 10 off.
Check. That's it.
He checks, so these 2 chip leaders go into battle here. Ace 4-4 favors Zaki.
Check.
Check, check here. 7 of clubs on 4th Street.
$60,000.
Third pot here from Zaki, 60K. It's also the minimum. Chidwick makes the call. King of clubs on the river. $300K out there. Zaki with the best of it. As long as he doesn't fold and this one goes to showdown, he'll take this one down. 280. Almost a full pot-sized bet here. Chidwick elects to give it up, and Zaki takes that one, and now he is for sure the chip leader. Zaki up on top. 6 big blinds ahead of Steven Chidwick, who's now in 2nd place. And it's Joey Weissman in 3rd and Sam Soverel in 4th.
Zaki now in the lead for the first time at this final table. Joey Wiseman finds pocket 5s. Both him and Soverel just shy of 30 bigs.
10 seconds.
For those asking about the live and the delay and all that sort of stuff. Yes, we are live. We are seeing the same feed you guys are seeing. Of course, we are on a slight delay because of the integrity of the game. So we're all experiencing this at the same time. We all have the same information.
10 seconds.
I'd say usually the delay is anywhere from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Sometimes there's
175.
slight hiccups or delays, which has a little bit of impact, but it's never less than 30 minutes. Chidwick here, attacking Soverel's big blind.
10 seconds.
Soverel lets it go, and Chidwick gets to sort of stop the bleeding there for a bit.
Nines. Hmm? Said nines.
Fish. Fish.
Ace.
Look at this. We're approaching 500 likes on the video. Love to see it. If you're joining us for the
I played
first
good
time,
fish the other day.
don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We got live streams every day this week, so plenty of action
Some of the
for
games,
you,
not
the
all of
poker
them.
fan.
High stakes.
Nah, it was like my sister and brother-in-law and stuff went down.
10 seconds.
It's actually a fun game. Multi-way.
You know how much you have roughly? Like 3.2?
3.5.
3.5? Thank you.
Couple of snowmen here for Sam Soverel after Justin Zaki came in with a raise to
How much you
120Ks.
have?
Zaki's got the king-9 of diamonds. Soverel's here in the small blind, and Soverel's a short stack with 25 bigs. So
1.4.
there's one of those committing raises from Soverel. Weissman out of the way. Zaki also into the muck, and Soverel takes that one down. That moves Soverel up ahead of Weissman on the leaderboard. Everyone's still, you know, relatively deep overall. Average stack is 43 big blinds. You got Zaki and Chidwick up on top with almost 60 big blinds each, and then you got Soverel and Wiseman as the two shorties, pretty close. But even though they're short on the leaderboard, they're, you know, they got almost 30 big blinds each. So still plenty of play left in this one. Would not imagine we're here as long as we were yesterday, but I think we'll be here for
Seconds.
a couple more hours.
Raise to 135.
Those eights find themselves over in Stephen Chidwick's hand here, and he comes in with a raise. Weissman here.
Are we on break in
finds
6 minutes?
10-9 of clubs.
Time.
Is Weissman thinking about going up with this one? Puts it into the muck. Zaki here in the big blind, 10-7 off.
10 seconds.
He also folds, and Stephen Chidwick takes this one down. And with that pot, although it wasn't the biggest pot, it didn't have a ton of action, just a single pre-flop raise, but it did allow Stephen Chidwick to get back on top of the leaderboard, so he is once again the chip leader, ever so slightly ahead of Justin Zaki.
Call. Check. That's it.
10 minutes?
Check.
12?
Zaki again with the better of it here. Neither player with a heart. Chidwick has second pair.
Check.
Third king hits on the turn. Justin Zaki improves. Gets the check mark for locking this thing down. Now, there's not a whole lot to fight for here, but he's still going to try and build this pot a little bit.
60,000.
Zaki bets 60K. Hard for Chidwick to get away here, of course. Pair of queens is still going to be good quite a lot of the time. Zaki could be betting here with just a lone heart in hopes of hitting a flush. River card brings the 6 of diamonds. Now, this also increases the likelihood that Zaki is going to get paid off here. $320. Zaki going big here on the river. Let's see if Chidwick can figure this one out. Zaki has had the better of him this whole level, but I don't think Steven Chidwick ever gets frustrated. He's so even-keeled.
10 seconds.
Chidwick staring Zaki down and makes the call. Here we go. Justin Zaki extending his chip lead. Very well done. Closing in on the 4 million chip mark. Donnie, Zaki can't lose.
It's been a great start for him. Really has been. Now getting some separation at the top, which of course is good.
Wiseman here, ace-10 offsuit. 26 bigs. No one really short. ICM not as big a concern here, Donnie.
135. Ace to 135.
Weissman here, ace-10 comes in with the raise. Soverel's going to make the call here out of the big blind. Soverel is dominated.
Oh.
Ace 10-5 here, 2 diamonds. Joey Weissman flops top 2 pairs. Soverel's got just a pair of 10s. $90,000 is the bet from Weissman, the pre-flop raiser. Weissman probably going to continue a fair amount as the pre-flop raiser here on an ace-high board. Soverel has enough here to come along. Soverel might also give some credit to the fact that he's, got backdoor diamond with that queen. He's got backdoor Broadway draw as well, but at least that diamond, Joey Weissman's got the ace of diamonds. Not that that matters now that another 10 comes here on the turn, giving Weissman a full house, and Soverel gets trip 10s.
Oh my God. Sound the alarms.
Yeah, and Soverel's going to just come out and lead here. 140. into 540.
Call.
Wiseman's going to lay low here with just the call. Deuce on the river. That's a nice blank. Soverel probably feeling all right. Might want to try and target some aces here from Weissman, but not only does Weissman have an ace, he's got a full house. Oh, he checks. Okay.
I mean, Soverel has to feel as though his hand is best here, right? There's nothing to be worried about, really. Like,
Yeah, I don't
besides, of course, some fluke type situations like this one.
Yeah, I think Soverel probably feels pretty confident overall. 820 out there. Weissman, the shortest stack between these two players. He's got a little over 1.2 million behind. See what sort of sizing he wants to come with here.
240.
240.
Coming a little bit smaller here. 240 into 820.
All in.
Wow, Soverel check raises all in, and Wiseman is going to snap him off. Disaster for Sam Soverel. What an enormous cooler here as both players with trip 10s. The issue being Wiseman has an ace to go along with it, giving him a full house on this board. Sam Soverel down to just 2 big blinds. Joey Wiseman now right up there with Chidwick and Zaki. Donnie, what do you say? Soverel to the rail and then an even chop and we all go home?
Soverel on the losing end of a couple of, kind of cooler situations here. That one there, of course, earlier when he flopped the straight against Justin Zaki, and Zaki ended up going runner, backing into a heart flush. So some tough spots here today for Sam Soverel. He's left with just over 2 big blinds.
Wow, disaster for Soverel. Wiseman now a real contender at this final table. Let us know in the chat if you think Sam Soverel can get back up to over 10 big blinds. How about that? I'll put the line at 10 big blinds. Can Soverel get back there? Let us know in the chat. By the way, if you're catching us on YouTube or Twitch, thank you all so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. We got daily live streams this week and a whole lot more coming up in the early goings of this year. Tons of big action coming. February 19th, new season of High Stakes Poker exclusively on PokerGO.com. I've already seen some clips. I've already heard some rumblings. I don't know. I don't want to say this because it's going to sound like, oh, you work for PokerGO. Of course you're going to say that. I've heard that this is the wildest season since High Stakes Poker returned.
10 seconds. Here's 120.
Soverel 8-3 offsuit in the small blinds. He's going to let it go.
3.9.
This shit's really top heavy, Joey.
10 seconds. Call. What's up?
Ten, 5-9 on this flop between Wiseman and Zaki. Both players probably happy to not take any major risks here with Soverel being as short as he is. Wiseman flops top pair. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight. Great hand for him.
One of you fired.
at this. Wiseman checks and Zaki bets 185. Perfect opportunity here for Wiseman to continue chipping up.
Call.
Second 9 hits on the turn. Zaki left with just ace high.
Check.
Wiseman again with the check, Donnie. Smart play here, letting Zaki bluff at it.
Yeah, a little bit of pot control. You know, no need to make this pot really too big with your holding.
Check.
And the double paired board giving Wiseman a full house. And Zaki, Donnie, with quite a bit of showdown value here. Do you think Wiseman might do that thing we've seen so many times? Bet big when there's a high likelihood of a chop in the eyes of your opponent?
Yeah, he might bet big. He might bet kind of a more conventional sizing here. Just try and get called by the king highs of the world. Weissman does have a queen in his hand, you know, so ruling out some likelihood that Zaki has a queen-jack combination. Meaning that, you know, I think it would be less likely that if Zaki would have a queen-jack that he might bluff that type of hand, and Weissman can put in a check raise.
500,000.
So maybe he does target some of these ace highs. Maybe even some king high calls as well.
Wiseman betting 500K here.
I think he's going to call, yeah.
Wow, Zaki calls, and maximum value here for Joey Wiseman. Wow, what a run. First we had Chidwick coming out super hot, busting a player, winning 5 hands in a row. Then we had a bit of a lull. Then Justin Zaki went on a huge run and became the chip leader. And now, the last orbit or so, it's been all Joey Wiseman, the only player not able to get on a run of his own. Sam Soverel. Donnie, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Sam Soverel is into modern art, I can tell.
I guess so. I mean,
That's the 11.
You want to rep quads on him?
I thought he said queen high. That's why I tabled my hand.
You show your hand? Oh, wait, what?
When I called, I thought he said queen high.
Oh, and you tabled?
Yeah.
Soverel here with a very nice Jack 10.
How much is it?
Look at
100.
this shenanigans. 100,000 is the all-in by Soverel, and I'm not sure that the player
It's so little I don't even have the option to save a chip.
knocking him
Could've
out
went
was
for
going to
like
receive
100
all
bucks.
those time bank chips. Wiseman, ace king of clubs.
100,000 total.
Wiseman considering, do I just call? Do I put in a small raise?
300?
300,000.
He makes it 300,000. Justin Zaki next to act. He's going to let it go. We're going to have an all-in showdown here. Soverel looking to start a comeback. Let's see if we can get it done. Live cards for Sam Soverel, who already took his mic off. Not too confident here. He's gone, Donnie. He's leaving. Sam Soverel A
Well, this is how you
non-believer.
summon the bad beat.
I mean, I've never seen someone walk this far away. King, queen, deuce, two spades, Soverel with the open and a straight draw. Wiseman with top pair.
His hand's
Sam
dead eyes.
Soverel. Sam Soverel trying to. He's getting his phone. He's legit gone, Donnie. He is out the door. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. We might have to go send security to go get him. River card. The 5 of clubs. Sam Soverel's read was correct.
What do you say?
It's a good game, Sam.
Good games. GG.
Sam Soverel, 4th place finisher. $78,850 is his share of the prize pool. Here's a look at the final table standings presented by OccupyPoker.ai. Check them out for some free poker training. We got a small little commercial coming up. We'll be back in about a minute, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If you're looking to host and film a poker tournament or just a company gathering, the PokerGo studio located in the heart of the Las Vegas Strip can seamlessly host your event. With its state-of-the-art control room and a tournament area that fits up to 14 poker tables, there's nothing else in the Las Vegas Strip quite like the PokerGo studio. Order up and have the day and night of your life.
Let's shuffle up and deal!
For more information, contact us at events@pokergo.com.
Welcome back inside the PokerGo studio where the action is now three-handed. This is event 5 of the 2024 PokerGo Cup, 10K no limit hold'em tournament, and 3 players left in the hunt for the top prize, the points, and of course the gold cup. You see one of those there in the back right corner. One of them is going to receive one of those today. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks are on the call on PokerGo.com. My name is Rem Gorinkama. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're going to be here until the action is completed. Sam Soverel just busted out. The final 3 are guaranteed $107,900. 149 for seconds and 232 for firsts. The blinds are now up to 40K, 80K with the 80K big blind ante. We got some real poker still ahead of us here. Donnie, what's your read on the table? Who's going to take this down?
I mean, it's anyone's game. You know, Zaki, I think, has performed well overall. Of course, we all know what Stephen Chidwick is capable of, especially when he's got plenty of chips to work with. Joey Weissman, you know, may not be the most familiar face on the PGT, but quite an incredible player in his own right. Making some noise here in event number 5. Might be somebody for, you know, the viewers out there to become familiar with rather quickly.
First hand of three-handed play, 10-5-5 on the board. Not much out there for either player. Three on the turn gives Chidwick a pair. His queen house already in the lead, but not expecting too many chips to get into the middle here. By the way, let's do a little bit of a roundup in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what the weather is like, Donnie, because I just looked at the Las Vegas weather forecast and it makes me really sad. It's going to rain 5 of the next 7 days, which I think has probably never happened before in the history of Las Vegas. Chidwick betting 160. Zaki with a whole bunch of nothing. He's going to let it go, and Chidwick takes this one down.
3.5?
Just over 3. 3.1, I think.
Oh, here we go. Tons of people in the chat letting us know how things are going. Ryan says UK here and it's raining. You didn't have to say that. You just have to say UK. We're just going to assume that it's raining there. All the more reason to just play poker, whether online or live. A7-6, rainbow flop here. Donnie, I feel like the intensity has been kicked up a notch. Chidwick has pulled the hoodie even further over his eyes. He is in a total sort of Phantom Menace sort of villain zone, trying to take this thing down.
Is he the villain? Is Chidwick a villain now?
I mean, his hood and his facial expression is very villainesque, but of course, I mean, I know Stevie. He's a great guy, not a villain by any means. But
I'm here for the Chidwick heel turn. Like,
yeah,
I'm
fair
here
enough.
for it.
I would appreciate that.
Start just wearing all black, throwing some zingers at people across the table. He could actually like provide some great one-liners because he's so good. He could just comment on how bad the other players might be playing.
Yes,
it's like, so that's the heel turn we need.
We should start something new called the Honest Poker Tour, and every single time you win a hand, you have to comment on how you think your opponent played.
I like it.
The Honest Poker Tour. Imagine playing against Chidwick. He would just absolutely tear you apart. But not in like an unfriendly kind of way. But just by the words he uses, you would just shrivel up and die. All right, this one gets checked down. Chidwick takes it down. Oh, we got Vancouver, BC in the house. We got Oregon. We got Vermont. We got Wisconsin. We got Texas, Austria, Spain, Dallas. Oh, Buffalo in the house. Speaking of Buffalo, Super Bowl coming up real soon. Donnie, do you have any plans?
They're not in it.
No, but it triggered my memory of the team that I guess should have been in the Super Bowl. Are you going to do anything for the Super Bowl? Or are you just going to stay as far?
Watch it.
Are you going to stay as far away from the game as possible?
Yeah, I'm already dreading the stuff that's going on.
The traffic.
Yeah. I mean, half the strip is closed in front of Bellagio because they got to set up whatever they're setting up there.
I feel like every U.S. state is represented today. We're a very U.S.-centric audience today on the broadcast. Shout out to everyone.
I'm still trying to figure out what the heck they're doing on the highway at the Tropicana exit. It's been like 3 years. I mean, what are they doing?
Also,
how long does it take to build an on and an off ramp? I mean, serious.
On top of that, science has shown time and time again that adding more lanes doesn't make traffic flow any better. Like, that's literally like engineering 101. But hey, let's add some more lanes.
This pot here was limped pre. Weissman limping the small blind. Zaki checking the big blind. Weissman comes with a bet here on the flop. Bet of 80,000, which is the minimum. Playing 40,000, 80,000 now, and Zaki comes along. Turn 6 of diamonds. Now 2 diamonds out there. Another bet here coming from Weissman. Just about 60% pot here. Another call from Zaki.
Love to see it here.
Yeah,
with King
probably
High.
deems that at King High pretty good here. jack on the river, so let's see if Joey Wiseman's able to find that third shell and fire again. There is 900,000 out there worth fighting for.
$550.
And he does find another bullet, so now it's up to Justin Zaki if he can find the call with just king high.
I mean, I have a feeling that Zaki is onto something here. The question is, can he pull the trigger on what he's feeling here, Donnie? Because you can tell he's a non-believer.
He was a non-believer before, and Joey Weissman had a full house, so Zaki does give it up, so Joey Weissman goes bet flop, bet turn, bet river with the bluff and gets it through.
Yeah, Wiseman extending his lead now up to 4.6 million, creating some separation between himself and the other two players. Calls himself a world traveler, has one bracelet from back in 2012. This guy's been around the block. 5.9 million in career tournament earnings. Joey Wiseman, always a solid bet in any of these events. If you want to look the part and take your game to the next level, check out our official merch on shop.pokergo.com. We got some cool high-stakes poker, no gamble, no future, and PokerGo branded stuff in our shop. Check it out right now, shop.pokergo.com. I got the chat riled up talking about traffic and adding lanes and all sorts of stuff. Just Google it. Google like why adding more lanes doesn't solve traffic issues.
Well, it's because everyone is an idiot when they drive.
More lanes means more people are going to use the lanes. Shout out to Houston, which I've seen photos of, like the traffic over there.
Traffic is all about flow.
Yeah, but it's also about having multiple ways to reach your destination. And in the U.S., there's one way, and it's in a car, and that makes it very difficult. If you have a good public transport system, maybe some light rails, a tram, underground subway system, whatever the case may be, imagine how many cars that would take off the road.
Well, you know, Vegas is on the way there. Elon Musk is tunneling all over the place.
Yeah, you put cars in the tunnel.
I mean, yeah, but whatever. At least now we have a pathway below Earth and a pathway above Earth
we have cars
using cars.
Cars above ground and cars under the ground. I lived in cities with good public transport, and I miss it a lot.
Yeah, public transport is very underrated. Kind of on two different fronts. One, not having it, right?
Right.
You know, but then also like having it, but it can be very bad.
Yep.
So, like I think Vegas has some
bus lines.
I don't know about the buses, but what I will say is that the tram situation I think is a massive blunder by the city. I think the city should be like, listen, we're basically going to do it like an oval on the strip, or like behind all the casinos, go down to the end of the strip, loop across, back down. So you have to be in it.
Right.
Like if you're a casino, you're just in it. And it stops at every single casino along the way. There's like, you know, the MGM has their own tram, and then there's the other one that goes to like the monorail to different, like, no, the city should just step in and be like, listen, everyone.
Yeah.
We're building this.
You're right.
And you don't have a choice.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, that would greatly reduce traffic on the strip. I mean,
and also, speaking of that, the idea that every crosswalk across the strip is not an overpass.
Oh yeah,
is beyond ridiculous to me.
In front of
Why are
Bellagio,
thousands of people crossing the street?
Right.
A busy street.
Right.
Like it's first of all, it's not safe.
Right.
Second of all, it would make the flow so much better.
Yep.
Everywhere should be an overpass. All of them should be overpasses.
100%. Donnie and I here just solving Las Vegas infrastructure during a poker broadcast. What more can you want from us?
Yeah.
What else?
I mean, I get so tilted by that stuff when like I'm driving and I see it. Oh look, there's traffic outside leaving Aria because there's 8,000 people trying to cross in front of Bellagio.
Right.
Shocker.
In the next level, we'll solve world hunger, and then in the last level of the night, we'll dive into global economics. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk. Wiseman here with top pair and a deuce to go along with it. Turns it into trips here on the turn. Justin Zaki with nothing. He's tried things with nothing before. Could not pull the trigger with king high on the previous clash he had with Joey Weissman. Wiseman now super strong. This should be the end of this hand, unless Zaki wants to get real creative. Rudisco says in the chat, didn't expect it, but absolutely based urbanist takes in the commentary booth. I mean, I'm in my late 30s. Based means is a good thing, right? If you're based. Anyway, event 6, 15K no limit hold. The legend Eric Seidel in the house. Is that Nick Petrangelo with a shaven face? Oh, Rampage Poker on the right, Daniel Negreanu on the left. I can already tell that there is a ton of star power in this 15K, which we will be streaming tomorrow, by the way, which is why you should be a subscriber to our YouTube channel. Turn on notification bell. That way you know when we go live tomorrow. And by the way, while you're at it, please like the video. We're solving all the crises in the world. We're revamping Vegas infrastructure. Don't worry about it. We got it covered. Also, by the way, Donnie, to add to your light rail or tram situation, there should be, the first thing they should build is a high-speed connection that goes from the airport, like one goes to Mandalay Bay, and then you can transfer to this thing that you just made up, and the other one should go to the other side of the strip to, like, let's say the Fontainebleau by the convention center, and then you can hop onto whatever connecting option you might have. It's such a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think eventually that's part of the plan with the Boring Company's tunnel system.
Oh, okay.
Would be to go over to the airport area. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? But I agree. I mean, it's not that far away. You could easily build a quick tram for people that don't want to hop into cabs and Ubers and Lyfts and whatnot. But then you probably get into, the whole politics situation. The taxi cab union says, no, you can't do that because then you're taking our money. Well, I mean, whatever. Too bad. Let's advance the city here. And we'll give all all the cab drivers that might lose some money, they can become some sort of operators within the rail system or whatever, just kind of transition those jobs over so no one loses any money. Yeah. There are solutions to be had. You just got to find them.
Status quo definitely not working. How about that? Chidwick, Jack 9 offsuit. It's going to probably come in for a raise here.
Nope. Weissman here limps in from the small blind, and Justin Zaki checks in the big blind. Queen 10-3. This could be a rather fun one as Zaki flops 2 pair, middle and bottom pair for him, and Weissman's got top pair. Pretty good kicker in this situation. Weissman elects to check with that queen jack. Quite a few draws out there on this texture, so Zaki's coming out betting here with this 2 pair. Also has the bottom 2 pair, so unblocking that top pair from Wiseman, which is good for him. The bet is 80K. Weissman makes the call. ace on the turn. Zaki still best, and Weissman checks once again. $220,000 is the bet this time from Zaki. 220 into a pot of $400K. Zaki's equity to win this hand, you see on the screen there, 73%. Weissman makes the call. Let's see if this river card changes anything. King on the river. Just what Weissman needed. He goes turn and river, backing into a Broadway straight. Zaki here's got 2 pair, but that is no longer good. Weissman checks. See what Zaki wants to do here.
This whole level has been straight up Weissman, just on an absolute tear.
Yeah, Zaki's not going to like this. Checks behind, and he's going to see the bad news. Just doesn't flinch.
A little bit of a wry smile here.
I mean, it could have been worse for him. You know, they could have played a bigger one.
Bottom 2 or something?
Yeah.
Wow.
Weissman knows.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. Scary. Scary stuff. Chidwick has been laying relatively low this level. We're still playing 40K, 80K.
It's been kind of the tale of 2 final tables for Justin Zaki. You know, he started off just on a rise, and then got the chip lead. You know, kind of went back and forth a little bit at the top with Stephen Chidwick, and in more recent times has just been on a slide the other direction.
I mean, as we see another hand with 2 speculative hands unfold here, I just want to make mention that Daniel Negreanu is our Event 6 chip leader right now.
Oh.
We're still in the early goings in this 15K.
Don't tease us,
no limit
Remco.
hold. Yeah, and you know who's 3rd in chips?
Who's that?
Rampage Poker.
What?
Ethan Yao in
He's
the
here?
house. Yeah. I see Brock Wilson, Jeremy Osmus, David Coleman, Alex Foxon.
Okay.
Bill Klein is in the mix. All of our
Johnny World.
yeah,
John Hennigan out there, huh?
John Hennigan, Kristen Foxon is in the mix. I mean, you can hear Negreanu laughing in the background. Evidence of his chip lead in this event. We're streaming that tomorrow, by the way, on the same page. Third king for Chidwick on the turn. I guess it's now his turn to take some from Zaki, who's been on the receiving hand of a few losers as of late. Does still have a gut shot to make a straight here, potentially. A few people asking in the chat what Wiseman said. Wiseman said, oh, bottom 2, and he called Zaki's hand exactly right after he raked in the chips. Action goes check, check. Chidwick opting not to bet this. River card now, the 5 of spades. Zaki whiffs on the potential of hitting a straight. Chidwick reaching now on the river, hoping that Zaki got any part of this, but he did not, so lets it go quite easily. Last night we had Chino Reem talking up a storm. What a different vibe compared to today's final table, where these three players all business right now. Oh, Ann Williams with a good pickup here in the chat says, what happened to the giveaway when y'all got down to 2 players yesterday? I forgot. That's on me. So how about this? When we get down to Heads Up Play today, we'll give away 2 annual subscriptions. We'll make up for the one from yesterday, and we'll do another one. Thank you, Ann. You guys in the chat can thank Ann for reminding me. So we'll give away 2 annual subs when we get down to the final 2.
It was the fact that we played 3-handed or whatever forever.
Yeah, exactly. that whole thing lulled me to sleep, and I just never recovered from it. Oh, look at this potential clash here, as Justin Zaki, for the first time in a long time, has the better of it, at least for now. And Wiseman moves all in. Zaki happy to make this call. He is at risk for 1.5 million. A chance now to get back up to 3.3. And if Justin Zaki wins this, we're going to basically have a 3-way tie in this event, as we are still going to be 3-handed if that is the case. Wiseman looking for a jack or some hearts, maybe even some diamonds. Zaki just wanting his ace-queen to hold up here. Big board coming out. It is King 3, 7, 2 clubs. Zaki has the ace of clubs as well, helping him a little bit. Wiseman looking for a jack and a jack only to send Zaki to the rail. Turn card, the 8 of hearts. That is no help. River card incoming. Unless a jack comes off, Zaki is going to be right back in it. It's the king of diamonds on the river, and Justin Zaki doubles to 3.5 million. Guess what? Joey Wiseman has 3.5 million, and Steven Chidwick has 3.2 million. So 4 big blinds separating first and last right now in this tournament. This is quite the situation. You don't see it all too often that the final 3 have even stacks. Well done there by Justin Zaki, finding ace-queen at the wrong time.
1.7 and 5.
We'll look back here at Wiseman, resigned to his fate that the battle 3-handed will continue a little while longer. Jay Bakes says, chop it up, guys. I mean, they could chop the money play for the points. That'd be fun. But I have no indication that these players are interested in chopping. I don't think Steven Chidwick would chop with anyone, Donnie. I think he's always confident in his own abilities to close this out.
Like the same stack.
Wiseman also realizing
3.26.
3.26?
they have the same stack.
Yeah. All right. A little more. 3.6, 2.6 or so.
How much you have?
3.6. $280. $280.
Here's a look at our updated final table chip counts. A very tight race to the top here. chip counts presented by OccupyPoker.ai. Go check them out right now. Sign up for free to get learnt, as the kids like to say. Octopi providing a whole new dimension to studying poker. Zaki attacking Chidwick's big blinds, and Chidwick's having none of that. 3-betting with jacks. Zaki lets it go, and Chidwick gets to take one down.
Players and dealers in today's event, 15-minute break after the hand.
Chidwick with a good old limper, trying to see a free flop here.
280.
Wiseman comes with a bit of aggression. Giveaway details will be announced when we get down to the final two. Chidwick calls out of position with Queen 8 off. Now, does Wiseman have a plan here to turn his 10-4 into some elaborate, aggressive bluff scheme? We'll have to find out. King 8-6 rainbow.
$180.
Chidwick with a pair of 8s is going to come along, so it seems. Four hits on the turn. Wiseman now picks up some showdown value with his pair of 4s. Wiseman checks behind, and the 10 comes in on the river. Wiseman backs into 2-pair. This might cost Steven Chidwick some more chips. Chidwick probably very much unaware of the disaster run out for his hand. And now Wiseman, of course, happy to go for value. 1 million chips already in the middle. Of course, no guarantee that Chidwick will call his bet, but still, a pair of 8s is not terrible.
$700.
Fairly large size here from Wiseman. Again, Chidwick figured this out. Chidwick looking over at Wiseman, looking back down at the table. The chat thinks that Chidwick is going to pay this off. These players, of course, have plenty of history. Who in the chat is rooting for Steven Chidwick to win? Shout out if you're on Team Chidwick. I'm keenly aware of the fact that we're watching one of the best to ever do it. But of course, that doesn't mean he's going to win every hand. And Chidwick here makes the call and is going to be shocked to see 10-4 shown down by Joey Wiseman, who continues to dominate in this level. Wow. Wiseman crushing his opponents. Must be nice to make hands, don't he?
It must be nice, yeah.
Now,
especially when your opponent has, you know, enough to pay you off.
Do you think that Wiseman checks behind if he doesn't hit that 10 because a 4 has some showdown value, or could he likely make a similar type bet with just that pair of 4s?
Probably checks behind. If he does bet, I'd probably lean that it's not value, maybe just turning his hand into a bluff. Chidwick is just, I mean, he's still such a fascinating player to me because, I mean, he's everywhere in poker. He plays everything. I mean, and I was having this conversation with our colleague Tim Duckworth walking in before the final table started, but it's not only that he plays everything, he shows up every single day. You know, it doesn't matter if it's a 1K, right? It doesn't matter if it's a 300K. Every single day, wherever it is in the world, whatever the buy-in is, whatever the tournament is, Chidwick, not only does he show up, you're getting his A-plus game. Like, does he have anything else? Like, even Daniel Negreanu talked about it in his video when he was looking at his stats from last year. Like, I played too much, and sometimes I showed up and I didn't play my best. I don't think I've ever seen Steven Chidwick not show up and just play A-plus poker.
Right. It's automatic with him.
It's so crazy to be like, if there was, I said to Tim, I said, you know, if there was ever a study that needed to be done on whatever the human in the world is that is closest to a robot, it's Steven Chidwick. Like, this is beyond poker. Like, study Steven Chidwick, scientists. Like, how does this guy do it? He is a robot. He really is. Showing up every single day, locked in, A-plus poker.
Chidwick currently the short stack with 24 big blinds. You won't see any 24 big blind stacks on high stakes poker. Large stacks, cash on the table, and new episodes starting on February 19th exclusively on PokerGo.com. Sign up right now. Use promo code NEWYEAR24 to save $20 on your annual subscription. And here's a look at our last season of PokerGo Tour final results. A little look back at the top performers. Haxton, of course, on top, had an insane year, but still did not cash for over 10 million, what Donnie referenced before. That is quite a club to be part of. Daniel Wyman did that in a single tournament, cashing for 12 million in the main event. Chidwick there, third on this list, cashed for 3.9 million in PGT events, 18 total cashes, 2 wins. This guy just does it every single year. So much consistency from Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, let's not forget, the year prior on the PGT Player of the Year, topped the leaderboard, so he's always there.
People who are no longer there or here or whatever place, Joris Ruijs eliminated in 6th place, $41,500. Justin Saliba was next to go. No comeback for him. $58,100 was his share of the prize pool. And then, of course, there was the absolutely enormous cooler where Sam Soverel ran trips into a full house. Soverel busted in 4th place. He was way out the door by the time that river card hit. Soverel probably jumping into that 15K Nolan Hold'em event. Here we are. Blinds are up at our final table. Average stack now, 34 big blinds. Chidwick on 24, Zaki on 28, and Wiseman on chip leader with 50 big blinds. We're playing 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. Ace-Jack of spades for Zaki. Very welcome sight.
Like 2.6? Yeah.
Weissman here is going to make the call from the big blind. Heads up between Weissman and Zaki here. Queen 10-9 rainbow, 1 spade out there. Weissman checks over to Zaki. Zaki again was the pre-flop raiser. He made it 225. They are playing 50,000, 100,000. That's a 175,000 bet from Zaki. Weissman elects to fold there. Ben Bacon in the YouTube chat asking, how do big blind antes work? Does everyone pay 100K? No. Well, everyone pays it, but only when it's their turn. So on that last hand, Joey Weissman was in the big blind, so he has to pay 100K for the big blind ante, then he has to post his big blind of 100K. Now Justin Zaki is in the big blind, so he will pay the 100K big blind ante, and then he will pay the 100K big blind. You're basically paying the ante for the entire table, but you're only doing it one time during a rotation.
Check. Heads up.
Joey Weissman here on the button. Couple of 10s for him. He is the chip leader here, three-handed. 3 players remaining at this event number 5 final table at the 2024 PokerGO Cup. Weissman coming in with a raise here to 200K, and Justin Zaki finds a pair himself, but an inferior one at that. He's got 2 6s. Oh, Zaki moves all in here.
How much is it?
Chidwick out of the way. This is a shove at
It's like just 3.
just over 30 bigs.
2.63, 3 points, 3,050,000 total.
Call.
Weissman makes the call, and Justin Zaki's going to see the bad news here. His 6s behind the pocket 10s of Joey Weissman. Justin Zaki is the player all in and at risk here. Facing elimination against the chip leader, Weissman. Here's the flop. Queen, queen, 3. Weissman's pocket 10s still out in front here. Zaki needs to find one of the 2 remaining 6s to double up, stay alive. Jack on the turn. 1 card to come. 2 outs for Justin Zaki. Can he find it? 6 of spades on the river. Little frown there from Joey Weissman. His 10s go down in a blaze of glory. Justin Zaki finds the 2-outer on the river, hits a full house, doubles through the chip leader, Joey Weissman. Wow.
3,050,000 total.
Wow, wow, wow.
Tournament players and dealers in today's event, 15, 3, and 3. Go ahead, get them in the air, please.
Brutal river card there for Joey Weissman, denying him the opportunity to enter heads-up play against Stephen Chidwick with an even bigger lead than he had. But now it is Justin Zaki up on top, doubling to more than 6 million chips. There you see on your screen, he has 61% of the chips in play. Again, we are three-handed here in event number 5, $10,000 buy-in event at the 2024 PokerGO Cup. These 3 players, Justin Zaki, Joey Weissman, Stephen Chidwick, guaranteed just under $108,000. Currently facing just about a $42,000 pay jump. And of course, all are battling for that $232,000 first place prize. Man, I'm shaking a little bit when that 6 came on the river. I mean, felt it in my bones. Zaki out of the way here, and Chidwick makes the call from the small blind.
300?
300,000.
Weissman with a raise here to 300K.
I step away for 1 second on. 1 second. Justin Zaki in the lead here with the big one, too. What did I miss?
You missed a 2-outer on the river.
Oh, my God. Are you
6s
serious?
for Zaki. 10s for Joey Weissman. 6 of spades on the river, baby.
Damn. Well, I guess we know what we're posting on YouTube tomorrow. That hand for sure going to qualify. Well, sounds like I wasn't the only one who missed the outcome of that hand. Apologies for the YouTube gods ruining that viewing experience. Definitely not something that we control, so that's unfortunate.
Gets a little bit better for Zaki now as he finds 2 aces in the big blind. Weissman here limping from the small with king 6 off.
275.
Raised to 275 from Zaki. Weissman folds. Guys, listen. We don't control the ads, okay? I mean, what do you want us to say?
It's already free, so. I will say this, though, and this is just something that I recently noticed. I've been a long-time Spotify user, but I recently subscribed to YouTube Premium, and I love their music interface and their availability of like songs and playlists, because you can make any video on YouTube into just a regular old downloaded song on your phone. So I've been having lots of like live DJ sets and comedian sort of specials, stuff that just lives on YouTube. I have it now on my phone just as music. So it's really enhanced my music experience because I love listening to concerts and stuff like that when I'm out exercising. So that's been quite interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. Anyway, Zaki here raising it up with jacks. Chidwick with the good old king 8 of hearts is going to come along.
Yeah, back-to-back nice hands here for Zaki. Just had the aces on the last one. Now he's got 2 jacks. Chidwick could find himself putting a little bit more money in here behind, flopping this middle pair on the queen 8 deuce. Zaki, maybe a little bit of thought of concern regarding that queen out there, but nonetheless, good enough here to come out betting. He also does have that jack of spades in his hand. 250K is the wager from Zaki. Guys, I can promise you that ad did not come from PokerGo. 110,000%.
Well, so we have ads turned on, and then YouTube serves them up at certain frequencies. I did just find out that there's a button that allows me to decide when the ad comes. So how about that? I just changed that setting. So now when the tournament goes on break, I'll throw in an ad. That should clear this up.
Chidwick did call the 250K on the flop. Queen pairs the board on the turn, so could be a little bit of a tougher situation here for Chidwick. Probably rates his hand as pretty good right now. 375 is the bet from Zaki. Going a little bit small here on the turn. Would imagine Stephen Chidwick isn't going to go anywhere, so some value to be had for Zaki with these jacks. There is the call from Chidwick. Almost 2 million in the middle. Chidwick's got just about half that behind. Deuce on the river.
All in.
Wow. Quick all in here from Justin Zaki.
Yeah, not much time wasted at all there from Zaki. Feels as though he had his mind made up on the turn on, these types of rivers. He's just going to go for it all and try and take out Stephen Chidwick. Obviously, he knows that Chidwick doesn't have a queen because he would have put the money in already. I think now at this point, if you are Justin Zaki, you are feeling like you want to call. Chidwick has probably taken enough time that I mean, he definitely would have called with the queen, right? He probably calls by now with the deuce. if Chidwick does end up making the call here, he would be eliminated in third place. Justin Zaki, of course, the chip leader, does have him covered. This shove here on the river is for just over 1 million in chips. Can the great Stephen Chidwick find the fold here? He does.
Well done, Stephen Chidwick, saving himself 10 big blinds.
Justin Zaki's hot right now, man. I mean, he's on fire.
I mean, he's got them backed into a corner, both of them. Absolutely dominating chip position right now. 72% of all the chips in play.
And Justin Zaki absolutely cruising. We see Rampage and D-Negs next to each other out there. Jay Little up on top of the series leaderboard. The winner of event 3, was it?
Stacked final table with Alex Foxon and the like.
Negreanu was at that final table too. Went out first.
I mean, I don't even remember Negreanu being there because he busted out so fast.
He busted. Negreanu busted in 7th place at that final table. If you guys missed it, you can go back on the YouTube channel in the archives and check it out. And then Negreanu cashed in this event last night. Didn't reach this final table that we've been live streaming today, but did find another cash. It very much does seem like Negreanu's quality over quantity approach that he is taking to 2024 has performed a lot better for him. Obviously, it's super early. We're not even out of the first month yet, but I mean, he seems to be doing pretty well.
It's almost as if you play better poker if you're well rested.
Yeah. That or if you're Stephen Chidwick. You just doesn't matter how rested you are.
But Donnie, he probably drinks diesel oil to fuel the robot inside him.
No, he doesn't. There's no way. Like, he's for sure
well, maybe it's in that kombucha bottle.
Eco-friendly gasoline, 100%.
Like sunflower oil.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Chidwick all in here for 10 bigs on the button with King Queen offsuit. Joey Wiseman with the decision, so it seems. Let me guess. Ace Queen off. Oh wow. This is trouble for Chidwick, by the way. Wiseman with a real dominating hand here.
Yeah, Chidwick, I think Wiseman, I think just, figuring out how he wants to play this one.
Yep.
Does he want to just call? Does he want to move all in here? There is the chance, of course, Justin Zaki wakes up with a hand. Does he want to take some time, maybe look a little bit weaker than he is?
Got something good here one time.
Wiseman.
All in will be nice.
Justin Zaki looking to end it right here on the spot. He cannot do what Justin Young did during our kickoff series. And here's Chidwick all in and at risk with King Queen offsuit. He is looking for some help versus Joey Wiseman. Let me know in the chat, what are you rooting for? Do you want this to get down to heads up and, get a little giveaway? Or are you rooting for Chidwick to find a double up here? Wiseman, 74% to reduce this field to 2. Here's the flop, 6, 4, 8. No help there for Chidwick. He's going to need a king and a king only to survive. Backdoor chop, still possible but unlikely. Turn card to 10 of hearts now. Chidwick down to a king and a king only, or he will be our 3rd place finisher. He's come close so many times, but this is not going to be it. Chidwick eliminated in 3rd place. We are down to the final 2 players in this event. It is going to be Justin Zaki versus Joey Wiseman. Heads up. Chidwick takes home $107,000, $900, and the final 2 guaranteed $149,400. $232,400 up top for the winner. Here's a look at those chip counts. Zaki in the lead, 7.2 million. Wiseman second in chips with 3.1 million. We got a real battle on our hands. We are going to take a short break, about 6 minutes, and then we will be back for Heads Up Play.
If you're looking to host and film a poker tournament or just a company gathering, The PokerGo studio, located in the heart of the Las Vegas Strip, can seamlessly host your event. With its state-of-the-art control room and a tournament area that fits up to 14 poker tables, there's nothing else in the Las Vegas Strip quite like the PokerGo studio. Order up and have the day and night of your life.
Let's shuffle up and deal!
For more information, contact us at events@pokergo.com.
You probably just had like 4s full. Something ridiculous.
That's a lot closer. This time it's ace
Got
king of
another one that's
spades.
ridiculous. Ace king suited on the button. It's almost unfair. Give a guy like Chidwick such a good hand.
Yours, the king 6 suited. Newcomer to us out of the Netherlands. Pretty impressive tournament
Was that
track
exciting
record, though.
for you?
Almost $3.5 million in live tournament earnings.
Pretty impressive wardrobe as well.
I'd say
Awfully
so.
dapper.
Oh no, and he jams here. He's gonna run right into it. As Chidwick does indeed have the goods. Tough spot. Facing the button, who is the chip leader. Somebody who is as aggressive as Chidwick. Rouse is going to need a lot of help. But if he does find a way, we got a whole new ball game. And he'd be the chip leader. King 10-3. No diamonds. Looking like it's gonna need to be a 6 for Joris. Deuce on the turn. That 6 needs to come in, or his first time at a PokerGo studio final table will be very short-lived. Say a little prayer. Why not? Oh, it's close. It almost worked. 7 on the river. It's a good game to Joris Ruijs. His 3rd cash of the PokerGo Cup. He is out in 6 for almost 42K. He has 6 PGT Majors titles. David Peters has 9, by the way.
Is that the all-time
Quite
leader,
absurd,
David
yes.
Peters? I assumed Bonomo had to be on the list, or Ike. Ike's won, what, 7 super high roller bowls alone?
I think Ike has 4.
1 million?
Soverel going with the king-queen.
Oh boy, keep an eye. This is going to be very close for Chidwick. If anybody else wakes up with a hand.
Saliba would have gone with it had Soverel not beaten him to it, I imagine. Seven's good enough for a little bit more than 20 bigs.
It's an opportunity, obviously, to knock out Soverel. Yeah, it's going in.
It is indeed. King, queen versus 7s. Here we go. Huge
You don't want to leave me with
flip.
a little change?
Soverel wins, he could get up to 2.5 million. If Chidwick wins, be one of the biggest chip leads that we've seen at a final table with 4 left. Jack 9-6.
9.
Opens up a couple more outs. A 9 would open up even more. Soverel looking for a king, queen, or a 10 at the moment. It is a 9 on the turn.
Wow, fucking card over 8.
Looking for a 10, a king, a queen, or a jack. River card. It is a queen on the river. And Sam Soverel doubles up through Stephen Chidwick. It's a really interesting spot, I'm sure, with Saliba with less than 10 bigs.
mean, you know, come on, Jeff. Trying to win this thing. You know,
Yeah.
start folding king, queen. Worrying about that one little pay jump.
No, it's
Not
probably
when
too
you're
rich.
Sam Soverel, way too rich. He's got more on the coin toss in the Super Bowl than that page. Speaking of which, heads or tails?
I always go heads. You?
I'm a tails guy.
Yeah, I've lost the last few years.
Going tails or heads?
Heads.
Always heads.
Yeah, yeah, because then I can't get mad at myself if I always go heads. Know what
Not
I mean?
really a tails guy, huh?
No. 4 deuce deuce. A little trouble for Weissman.
Welcome back to the PokerGO studio. It is time for a heads-up battle between Justin Zaki and Joey Wiseman here at the 2024 PokerGO Cup. This is event number 5. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks are on the call on PokerGO.com. My name is Rem Korinkama. Donnie Peters is alongside me. And if you're still with us here during Heads Up Play, we got an exciting giveaway coming up, giving away 2 annual subscriptions to PokerGO. We'll get to that in a minute. Here's a look at Justin Zaki, 253 live career cashes. This guy has been around for a long time. 4.8 million in total earnings from Tampa, Florida. And there is the other contender looking up at a big chip lead by Justin Zaki. Wiseman has 1 bracelet from 2012. He has 4.9 million in total earnings. Who's your money on? Let me know in the chat. Wiseman or Zaki? Both players looking for their first win at the PokerGO Cup.
10 seconds. 250.
Zaki with 72% of the chips in play. More than a 2-to-1 lead, so he can afford a little misstep, of course. He's hoping to just close it out, but you never know. A lot of stuff can still happen. This is poker after all. Ace, Queen, 5, 2 clubs on board.
Check.
Neither player with anything to speak of here. Wiseman with a gut shot. He's got the most of it. I'll give viewers a chance to return here before we do the giveaway. I know that we just took a break, so we'll do our giveaway for 2 annual subscriptions in just a bit. All you have to do to be eligible is to be a subscriber to our YouTube channel. Make sure you like the video, and then I will ask a question that you answer in the chat, and I'll do a random draw between everyone who submitted a response.
Queen 8, 7 here. 2 clubs. Wiseman flops the lead with that pair of 8s. Zaki did raise this one on the button. Made it 250. Check, check. 5 on the turn. You heard it there. 350 from Joey Weissman. Zaki folds that one, giving it to Wiseman. So Wiseman chips into that lead from Zaki a little bit here. Zaki's still up, just about 2-1 exactly, the chip lead for him. These two players are playing for a $232,000 first place prize. They've locked up $149,000. Limp spot here, 8 high flop, 8, 6, 4, 2 hearts. Zaki comes out betting. He was first to act. He's got top pair with a 10 kicker. Makes it 200. Double check of his cards, and into the muck they go from Joey Wiseman. $250 here on the button from Zaki with a very nice looking king, queen of hearts. And Wiseman's got the 10-6 off. He's in there.
Look at this, queen, queen, 3. Zaki smashes this flop. Sort of how his day has been going. It's been all Justin Zaki at this final table.
125.
Zaki just hoping Wiseman has anything to play, but he just lets this one go with ease. Here's a look at the payouts. 149 guaranteed for both players, ensuring they have a nice, profitable showing here at the PokerGO Cup. There's still quite a few more events left to be played. A few 15Ks, and then on Friday, the 25K. That'll hopefully draw out a nice big crowd. Could also generate a ton of points, which means that the cup is wide open for all those with at least a cash or two in these events. Ace 8-5, 3 diamonds. Zaki with a deuce of diamonds. Bit of an emergency card there for him. Wiseman with just jack high. All right, let's get this giveaway going. I waited long enough. By the way, while you're at it, let's get this thing to 1,000 likes. We're almost there. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Very simple for the giveaway. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Make sure you like this video, and then you answer the following question: how much money do you think Daniel Negreanu will win this year in live tournaments? How much money do you think Daniel Negreanu will win in live tournaments this year? Just give me a guess. Just give me any guess. There's no wrong answers. I'm going to do a random draw of anyone who submitted an answer. That's all I ask for. Give me your best guess. Forgot to put the chat to slow mode. All right, now we're on slow mode. Makes it so that people aren't spamming multiple answers. I'll turn slow mode off as soon as the giveaway is done. So, Donnie, what do you think? How much will Negreanu win this year? Do we need some context?
3.75 million.
That's low. That's very low.
That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. Negreanu's best year, 2014, 10.2 million, of course. 8 million of that coming from one tournament. Prior to that, back in 2004, he already cashed for 4.4 million. And in recent years, last year at 1.7, the year before that 4.4, then 3.1. So Donnie is sort of in that ballpark, you know, the same sort of range that he's usually at. I'm going to go high. I'm going to go 7.9 million. I think it's going to be a big year for Negreanu. I think he's going to win at least one bracelet. So send your best guess into the chat. How much money do you think Negreanu will win this year? I'm giving away 2 annual subscriptions to PokerGo, so please stick around for the draw. Wiseman limping in. Limping always encouraged, Donnie, when you play heads up?
Limping is pimping, man.
Seeing a wide range of guesses in the chat. Love to see it. Zaki making it 350 from the big blind. All right, after the next hand, I will announce the winners. After the next hand. Zaki still more than a 2-to-1 chip lead here. Donnie, what's Justin Zaki's story? I think there's plenty of viewers right now that aren't too familiar with his game.
Plays a lot. I mean, if you are familiar from him, I would say you're familiar with him from World Poker Tour events. You know, I think that's where he got a lot of notoriety. You know, I guess I'll say. He's from St. Petersburg, Florida. Now Tampa. I think those two places are pretty close. But people can check me on my geography, my Florida geography. Had a couple of close calls in some pretty big tournaments. Second place in a WSOP event last summer to who, Remco?
To Phil Hellmuth.
To Phil Hellmuth.
Yep.
In the 10K Super Turbo Bounty, that is when Phil
at like
won
7 a.m.
Yeah, 9,000th bracelet at 7 a.m. or something like that. Zaki score in that one, 4K short of $500,000. So huge score there. He had another second place in the Borgata, Winter Poker Open back in 2018. Third place finish in a Seminole Hard Rock Showdown $10,000 event back in 2011, 415K there. So he's been around the block for quite a bit. He's 39 years old. You know, I think he looks like he's maybe 32, 33. So wears his age pretty well. I feel like every time there is a major Tampa sporting event, you know, Tampa Bay Lightning in the playoffs or the Stanley Cup Finals, Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Super Bowl, stuff like that, I think Justin Zaki's always there. Like he's that type of sports fan as well. So.
Love it. Absolutely love it. We found the one fan the Tampa Bay Bucks have. Or the Buccaneers. What's it called? The Rays. The Rays always play in front of an empty stadium. All right, I turned slow mode off in the chat. Some people got really upset. I did that, by the way. Just wanted to put that out there. All right, I did the draw for the winner. I have 2 winners. All you have to do is email social@pokergo.com, and we will be in touch. Just take a screenshot that you're logged into your YouTube account. That way we can verify that it's really you. And the winners are Vivian L, or Vivian I. I think it's Vivian L. And then the other winner is Marty Sekarak. Marty Sekarak and Vivian L. Congratulations. You both get an annual sub to PokerGo.com. That means you can jump right into a lot of high-stakes poker action. Yeah, slow mode is turned off again. You guys can go nuts. Love to see it. Queen 4, Queen 10, King on this board. Action check down all the way. Wiseman's ace high is best. Let's see if Zaki wants to bluff at this.
150.
The bluff works. Zaki gets to take this one down. I see you in the chat, Lord Humongous, our winner from yesterday. I will be in touch with you shortly. Zaki limping in. Wiseman with 6s in the big blind. Donnie, are these players at risk of missing out on the cutoff for the next event? The similar drama that we had during yesterday's final table?
I don't know. I don't know.
How much time do they have left? Like an hour?
2 hours?
Oh, they'll be fine. 2 hours of heads-up play.
I mean, we've seen crazier things, right? But, yeah, I would say that this is done.
6 deuce.
Just trying to factor in the delay into my math. Yeah.
Oh,
I think it is about 2 hours or so. But, I mean, we knew yesterday we started at 25K big blind. Today we started at 50K big blind because it was kind of a more normal approach the night before. They just got down to that final table yesterday so fast. They bagged early. I mean, that's what led to just an incredibly deep final table throughout. What would you say it was at the end? 6 hours?
Yeah, it was 6-hour final table yesterday. Yeah,
Man, that's long for us.
Absolutely.
in these events. So.
Wiseman, top set. Thinking of a plan. How can I extract as much as possible out of my opponent? Perhaps starting with a call. There it is. Makes the call. Goes into the turn, disguising the strength of his hand. Three of diamonds hits on the turn. Now one card to a straight possible. Wiseman again with the check. Zaki has no option but to bluff at it unless he wants to give up. Wow, and Zaki does continue. This plays into the hand of Joey Wiseman. Donnie, in a spot like this, are you just going to check call a lot of the times because check raising makes no sense given the fact that, you know, a 4 makes a straight. There's 2 flush draws out there. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here.
Yeah, I like check calling here. I mean, I think Zaki could have some 4s here. You know, you check raise here, you get called. I mean, might be sometimes you feel like you're just in kind of no man's land with your set. Weissman does make the call here, so it's going to be an interesting river card. Of course, Zaki's been betting with nothing, so we'll see if he wants to continue that depending on what this river is.
Wow.
Hi.
Quads for Joey Wiseman. And now the question I have to ask you, Donnie, is this a good bluff card from Zaki's perspective?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like he could bluff it just because, like, right now he's left with jack high, so I mean, it might just fall into the category like I have to bluff type of thing. I think Wiseman, like, and also kind of with the way he was like acting on the turn, like, kind of seemed like he was thinking about, you know, making the call. So does
Wow.
Zaki, or did Zaki read that as, you know, this guy could possibly have a 6, and if that's the case, you know, then probably you don't want to bluff this spot. But again, Zaki just has jack high, so it might just be indifferent of the fact that whether or not this is a good bluff card or not, and he just might be like, listen, I'm not going to win this hand by checking.
All in.
Wiseman check raises all in, and Justin Zaki with the snap fold. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have a real heads-up match on our hands. Stacks are as close as they've ever been. Joey Wiseman rakes in an absolutely massive pot here after hitting quads on the river. That was absolutely massive. Donnie, I think it might be the hardest thing in poker is checking behind when you know that that is what's going to make you lose for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at times it's just a decision between, do I just want to cut my losses here and give up, or am I going to try and go for it again? Listen, I don't hate going for it again in a lot of spots. Saw Joey Wiseman go for it earlier with he had the 9 high against Zaki's king high. You know, he bet flop, turn, and river. Just bet, you know. Went with it. Zaki tried to go with it there. Of course, we know Joey Wiseman had quads, and I mean, talk about a good river card. After I mean, Wiseman's probably on the turn like, okay, like he could have a 4 here. This isn't necessarily the best spot with my top set of 6s. And then you just find the K6, and you're just like, oh, well, it doesn't matter now. Hope he has a 4. Hope he has 7-4.
Poker can go from extremely complex to super easy in the turn of a card. It's just one of the many reasons to love this game. King Jack 7 on this board, Rainbow. Wiseman hitting top pair. Nathan in the chat says, guys, it's pasta night. What's your dish of choice? We actually talked about this after the broadcast finished last night, Donnie and I. What did you say again? The little shell things? The pasta thing you like, the stuffed shells?
Well, stuffed shells is a thing.
What are they called?
No, I think you're thinking of manicotti.
Manicotti.
But that's not stuffed shells.
Oh, those are two different things.
Yes.
I'm learning something. Okay, now I got.
You had manicotti. When you came
at your
to,
parents' house.
When you came to my parents' house.
Yes.
For the welcome dinner, whatever they call that thing as part of weddings.
Yeah, but these are okay. See, this is stuff though. That's what made me think.
They're roll-ups. Is essentially what they are.
They are warm cannolis. That's what they are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Warm cannolis. Okay. Yes, that was awesome. Your mom is an amazing cook.
And I think it's spelled M-A-N-I-C-O-T-T-I, but my mom and grandma call them manicotti.
The Italian Americans have a language of their own. I love it.
But that's my favorite Italian dish. When my mom came out over the holidays, she made a bunch, and they're in the freezer.
That's awesome. With like a spinach cream sauce?
We had one that was just the filling, then one had the filling plus some spinach in there. I like them with the red sauce. So.
Oh yeah. I'm a huge fan of gnocchi. Pesto gnocchi. Ace 7-3 on this flop. Weissman continue his streak of hitting flops. He's now like he's in the lead, but at the start of this hand he was ahead by 25K. So Wiseman now the chip leader. I love that no matter how many poker questions we ask to the chat, we get the most responses when it's about food. I love it. Wiseman continues to improve. Hits a queen on the turn. On the flop, he called a 100K bet, giving Zaki again a chance to keep bluffing at it. How do you like Wiseman's approach, Donnie? He goes for a lot of check call. He just lets Zaki do the bidding.
25.
Yeah, my sense is that Zaki's been a little bit more willing to be aggressive in this heads-up battle, and Wiseman's been, more, I guess, defensive, right? So let's call Zaki the offensive player, and Wiseman's the defensive player here. But both strategies certainly have merit.
10 seconds.
They are still pretty deep overall, 50 big blinds for each of them.
1.4 million.
And just as I say that, Wiseman says, let's just check raise, huh? Kicks it up to 1.4 million. Zaki hasn't folded yet. Does he have any plans here to get a little bit crazy? No, he does not.
Do you think Zaki, or any player for that matter, in a spot like this, easily gets frustrated that you start heads up with a chip lead? There's a big pay jump on the line. This is very meaningful, also because of the points. Curious to hear your thoughts right after this. Your path to poker mastery starts right now. Go to octopipoker.ai and start learning for free. Octopi Poker uses our footage. They use the PokerGO final tables to give you very, very exclusive access to insights into the poker strategy played at these final tables. All right, back inside the room, Donnie. My question still stands, though. How does a person or a player react to a spot like that?
I mean, I think if you're a lesser experienced player, might be easy to get a little bit flustered, a little bit upset with how things are going. But I think Justin Zaki is a very experienced player. And even in the extreme short term of what we've seen at this final table, right? He started off pretty hot, kind of ran up, but then he kind of went the other way. But now he's been able to come back, and he did enter heads-up play. I mean, I think Justin Zaki knows. He's been around the block for quite some time in poker. He knows it's up and down, it's up and down. It's a bit of a roller coaster at times. Of course, you want it to be super smooth sailing. And here he is moving all in. So this is going to put Weissman to the test here. This is a big shove.
Always these hands with the exposed cards.
Yeah.
Wow. Pure
Is there
coin
an
flip
exposed card
on
here?
deck, potentially. I did not see the exposed card. Maybe because I was too busy looking at the chat. Wiseman deciding for his tournament life. Donnie, when you're chipping up nicely without
4-5,
showdown,
is that right?
Yeah.
do you even want to go for this?
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
If you're like doing well without showdown, are you less likely to go for this?
I mean, there might be some thought there, but that also I think might come into play if the hand's maybe a little bit more on the fringe, maybe like an ace-9 suited, a king-jack, stuff like that. I think, I mean, it just depends what Joey Weissman kind of, where he puts this, the ace-jack, what sort of hand class he puts this one. It just might be one of those ones. Yeah, I know it's a lot of big blinds that Zaki just put in. I know it's a big percentage of your stack if you were to lose this, but ace-jack might be too good. Wiseman here might be thinking maybe there's some times he's shoving, ace-4, ace-5 suited, stuff like that. Maybe he's got king-queen, king-jack, stuff like that as well, which, you're ahead of those hands. And then hands you're not ahead, like the ones he has, 2 6s, I mean, you're flipping, so it's not the worst-case scenario. Would Justin Zaki take this approach with jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace-king, ace-queen? Probably not. That might be more of like a 3-bet non-all-in, so...
Fold?
Oh.
he doesn't like it.
Do you have an ace? Would you have had aces? Would you have had aces?
I don't know.
Well, so there was an exposed card on the deal, it sounds like.
Oh, there we go.
So he possibly could have had aces.
So maybe, oh, wow, I see.
I feel like if you show me 2s there, I'm going to be very sad, It's
Well,
like, no,
6s are basically
appreciate
2s
spot.
there, so.
Here's a little replay of the exposed card, Donnie. Let's pay close attention here. Must be on the left side here. Oh, there it is. Exposed ace. So that ace gets put back into the deck, or I guess used as the burn card, and then Wiseman ended up with ace-jack. This adds quite a bit of drama to how this hand played out.
Yeah, so if that is exposed, and then, it of course is then the burn card, probably then you have to lean fold.
Right. It's one less out.
It's one less out, yes, or one less card that you connect with. Also, less of an opportunity where I was mentioning, yeah, maybe there's a time where he does this with like an ace-5 suited. Well, now it's less of a chance that he has like an ace-5 suited type of hand or an ace-10 or an inferior ace at that, right? So yeah, having known that, I think it's probably a good fold from Wiseman.
1 route penalty for the dealer. The guys have to deal themselves. All right, stacks still very close here. No real harm done. 5s versus 9-7 here. Oh, we hit 1,000 likes on the video. How about that? Thank you all so much for supporting our broadcast. We also are playing 75K, 150K. This is the level in which the tournament most likely ends. It's ended quite a few times in this level. Next one is a 100-200. Zaki's got the best of it for a change here. Action checked all the way to the river. Wiseman now in that spot where he knows that if he checks it down, he's not going to win. Zaki with a teeny tiny pair. All overcards on the board. Might be happy just to go to showdown, hoping that Wiseman whiffed on this. Oh, he is reaching. Maybe 400K or 300K. 300K from Zaki. Easy fold here potentially for Wiseman unless he wants to get creative. He does let it go. Wiseman with a pretty looking 8-7 of diamonds. Who's been here from the start, chat? Besides, of course, Donnie, I mean. We've been here from the start, Donnie. Yeah. I missed the big all-in, though, because I went to the bathroom. It was my fault. Zaki here, king jack offsuit in the big blind. Looks like he's going to go on the offensive again. $475 is the raise from Zaki. Deuce, deuce, 5 on the flop. Overcards for both players, but Zaki with the betting lead, so probably likely to see him continue here. There it is. We got a few people that have been here from the start. Dominic, cool centrist. RMX Indiana, Marty, Billy, Michael. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Quiet battle today inside the studio. What a contrast compared to yesterday's battle where Kerry Katz was just trying to get it over with. He really wanted to play in today's or in yesterday's event that started.
Couple of kings.
Yeah, Weissman now finding a premium here.
$1.15.
1.15, a serious 3-bet from Wiseman. Zaki lucky here, Donnie, that he doesn't have a hand worth shoving, and he just, quote-unquote, has Queen 8 offsuit.
Into the muck it goes.
Hey, cocktail. Waitress. Okay. Thank you.
Wiseman takes it down before the flop. The buzz you're hearing in the background is event number 6, 15K buy-in, no limit hold'em event. Daniel Negreanu off to a good start in that event. I get a sense, Donnie, that these players really, really don't like losing. There's not a...
I mean, who the heck likes losing?
Yeah, but I feel like some players...
Maybe
when they get
You're
down,
probably the only person that I know that likes losing. And you want to know why I know that? Because you're out here in these bike races that you do. You're like, I finished in 3rd place. Yay. Not yay. You lost, bro. You lost.
Right. Well,
there is no celebration, Remco.
The payout difference between 1st and 77th is the same, since we're not winning any money. Yeah, if you leave a couple of hundred riders behind you, that's something to celebrate. It is funny, though. Like when I first got into racing my bike on the dirt, it was all about completing the event. And then as you train a lot more, and I think the same goes for running and different kinds of sports, you get really ambitious and you want to finish at around a certain time or stay with a certain group, stuff like that. And you sort of keep pushing those boundaries. And As I'm approaching 40, I really wonder how long I can keep that up. But hey, I guess we'll find out. Arrived on the turn here with 750 in the middle. Wiseman's ace high is best. Zaki bet 150 on the flop. Wiseman called. Action now goes check, check. Perhaps Zaki getting tired of getting trapped.
Check.
Look at this, Donnie. Zaki just giving up for the first time in a long time. Wiseman with ace high takes it down. Of course, question remains, would Wiseman have called with ace high? But still, Zaki probably building on the experience that Wiseman is known to trap, slow play, or go for value in that way. Always love seeing players adjust on the fly.
I feel like we're in for a lengthy one.
Yeah, like I said, these players don't like losing. They're just playing it very carefully.
I mean, they're deep-ish.
Are you saying they're nits?
No, deep-ish. I mean,
Wiseman bets 150 after Zaki checked. I mean, and that's the challenging part about heads-up play. Like, it's there's nowhere to hide. You have to keep playing in order to give yourself a chance. Waiting for good cards is simply not going to cut it, as Zaki comes along with ace high. A little bit of a role reversal here potentially, as Zaki now the one with the ace high, showdown value type hand during heads up play, and Wiseman the one with the bluffer. A weighty bet here from Wiseman. Bets 650 into 750. Donnie, this really denies Zaki a chance to get the showdown with ace high, it seems like.
yeah, I think so. Also, doesn't really get a good price here to possibly hit a 4. I mean, maybe Zaki comes along. It's, it is ace high. It is heads up play. We've talked about this before. Those types of more marginal holdings do go up in value. Zaki does make the call, so.
Wow.
And there's a 4. Hi. Okay.
Wow.
What do we know?
4 on the river. Zaki hits a wheel. Not an obvious combo here, but a complete role reversal. Think back of a few hands ago where Wiseman hit quads and Zaki tried bluffing him off of quads. Will we see a similar situation here as Wiseman knows that checking behind is almost a guaranteed loser? Does check behind. Good discipline from Wiseman as Zaki shows his wheel and chips up to 6.5 million. Earlier, Zaki was up to around 7.4, so he's still down a little bit from that peak number. But still very nice little chip lead here, again, for Justin Zaki. Donnie, I just put a poll in the chat.
Yeah.
I said, who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Chiefs.
Well, right now it is 48% Chiefs. Did you get in on Chiefs +2?
I mean, I have money line. This is not gambling advice, but I snap bet it when the line came out, and I put my entire account on it.
Wow. What was the line? Plus 110?
Yeah, plus 110. I think it's slightly down now, right? No,
Yeah, I think it's going down the whole time.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an idiot. Who the heck knows? Maybe I'll text Sean Perry and I'll get the lock. I have no idea. I mean, right? I mean,
oh man,
I feel like it should just be a pick.
Right.
They seem like pretty even teams to me overall. Grand scheme of things.
You heard it here first. Donnie Peters is all in on the Chiefs.
This is not gambling advice because I am a stone moron half the time. Just like everyone
Are you
else
down
out
on
there.
this season?
No, I think I was about even.
Oh, so this is
You
like
want to know what got me even? Or just about even?
the Chiefs?
Jamison Williams first TD.
Really? Just like a little plus 800?
Plus 2,000.
Plus 2,000?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Both players quietly grinding. Here's a look again at those payouts. 149 guaranteed for the final two. 232 up top. You know what I'm hoping for during the Super Bowl? To see as much Taylor Swift as possible. Not because I care about Taylor Swift, because I love how riled up it gets people.
Oh, people get so riled
It's
up.
my favorite thing. I don't even care. It doesn't distract me. But I love how worked up people get. So give me, like, there must be a bet where you can bet on the over-under on how many minutes of airtime Taylor Swift's going to get.
There has to be some sort of. They always have those wacky wagers for the Super Bowl, right? I mean, so got to figure that's coming.
A lot of people in the chat chiming in about their bets. Meanwhile, the poll is up to 55% 49ers. Do you feel like we have more of a West Coast audience? That people are more, there's more 49er fans in the chat right now?
Probably. I mean,
would Ren Lin tell you, Donnie, gamble too much?
He'd probably tell me I don't gamble enough. No gamble in the future, baby.
I did see the ticket prices for the Super Bowl. I think the cheapest one left was like $8,500. Like,
I mean, it's absurd.
Who has just $8,000 laying around to go to the Super Bowl? Donnie, I know that your fandom has sort of waned, but you used to be a big-time Patriots fan / big-time Tom Brady fan, and even then, you didn't go to the Super Bowl. Like, who are these people going to the Super Bowl?
Mostly corporate people.
It's insane.
I mean, my take on this is I'm just not sure it would be that great of an experience. Listen, it's not that I don't like going to sporting events. I like going to sporting events when it's at peak atmosphere. So if you're going to support your team as an away fan, you're going into enemy territory in some ways. Or if you're going to a home game, like it's all your fans. The Super Bowl is kind of like meh because it's just so many corporate fans. And also, and this is not just the Super Bowl, it's most sporting events these days. The experience watching at home has gotten so good these days that it's like I can stay in my home, have a bunch of people over, can eat what we want, see all the commercials, do all that sort of stuff, right? And I don't got to pay $8,000.
But Donnie,
sounds like a win to me.
Remember that one time we went to USA Mexico at Allegiant Stadium and we felt like we were in enemy territory?
We were for sure in enemy territory. I mean, might as well have been in Mexico City.
That was as close as I've ever been to being in a full-blown riot.
I mean, that was insane.
That was a Gold Cup final. Mexico was up basically the whole game. And then
it was tied basically.
Or tied the whole game and then got the last minute goal.
Mexico was close to scoring a couple times. I mean, USA was close to score, but that was nuts. It had to be 75% Mexican fans.
That was an unreal atmosphere.
It was awesome.
Well, I'm not sure if it was your wife or my fiance who got beer all over her. It was
yours, I think.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
But it was fun for sure.
I'll say this though, Golden Knights games, top-notch atmosphere.
Yeah.
Always full, always good intermission stuff. Really enjoy going to the Golden Knights. But if I ever to go to the Super Bowl, I would never pay more than, I don't know, $1,000. I pay $1,000 to go to Super Bowl. That's it. That's my limit.
I would probably just put myself into the invitee only category. I mean, if you're going to invite me,
right? We don't have those kind of connections, Donnie.
I mean, if we ever had a shot, it'd be now with it being in Vegas, So.
Zaki, meanwhile, has chipped up again to more than 2-1. He's got pocket sevens. Zaki raising it up here. And queen 10 playable here for Wiseman. Zaki feeling good about his sevens, most likely, on 9-6-6. Wiseman lets it go, and play continues. Is Usher the one performing at halftime?
Yes.
Which guest is he going to bring out? Let me know in the chat. What do you think Usher is going to bring out? I'm very curious.
I'm trying to think of songs. I can't even think of songs where he's...
I miss when they had like a full-on rock band during halftime show. That'd be great. I mean, Usher does have a ton of hits, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Usher will be a good show, for sure.
Yeah, Alicia Keys, she's going to be there, right?
Yeah, I just don't know if that's a... Like, is it like more of like an upbeat song? Like, you can't have like a slowish song for the Super Bowl.
Well,
right?
you got to bring the heart rate down at some point during the show.
Does he have songs with Ludacris? I could see
775.
Ludacris.
Oh yeah. Or Flava Flav.
Flavor Flav.
He lives there, right?
He does. He did. I think he still does.
We should have had the Killers. They're from Vegas. Look at this, both players with a pair of 7s, but instead of a kicker, Zaki has 2 pair. 7-3 versus 9-7 here. 1.5 million in the middle. Zaki bet 275. Wiseman raised it up to 775. Zaki in the tank here. And he moves all in. Action back on Wiseman. And he makes the call. Wow. Wiseman with 6 outs here. Justin Zaki all of a sudden finds himself on the brink, on the edge. He is almost there. Wiseman not entirely sure about his play. A little bit of a head shake there. Zaki, 64% to take this thing down and add a very nice title to his already impressive resume. 9 on the turn, though, for Joey Wiseman. And all of a sudden, the tables turn. Zaki has to be devastated. Wiseman now about to take the chip lead unless a 3 hits on the river. What a dramatic turn card. River is the 8 of spades, and action continues here at the final table of event number 5. Joey Wiseman rakes in a big double up. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Oh, there it is. Eyebrow-raising stuff indeed.
Listen, a little bit of a repayment, you know. Zaki did spike that 2-outer 6 on the river to double up through Joey Wiseman when they were 3-handed. So,
right, 2.725.
let's call it even now.
2.7.
How about that?
25.
$2,725,000 is the all-in amount on the flop for Wiseman.
It's a little bit of justice from earlier.
Yeah, we just get it bad.
I told you.
There.
I had a bad. I actually had a bad feeling.
Really?
I thought the 5 was peeling off.
Wiseman now up into the chip lead, 5.9 million for him, and Zaki in second, but still pretty close.
Yeah, still pretty close indeed. Here's a look at those chip counts presented by Octopi Poker. Check them out, by the way, octopipoker.ai. Sign up for free to try out their revolutionary training software. Lots of analysis and learnings to be had from this great new platform. Thanks, by the way, to everyone who is tuned in to this final table. That is what it's all about, that big silver cup that is sitting on stage all week long, awaiting its new owner. If you're enjoying the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. It's a pleasure to bring you this content. We have a 15K no-limit final table tomorrow on this very channel as well. Little update there from the 15K. Seth Davies, Jeremy Osmus, Rampage Poker, near the top of the counts. Negreanu has since fallen off, but he is still in the mix.
Yeah, but who's on top now?
David Coleman. He's on top everywhere.
He is. PGT leaderboard frontrunner currently is David Coleman. Had a great start to his 2024 PGT season at the kickoff series. Had one final table earlier at this series. I think he finished 6th or 7th. So added some points to build on his lead. Feels like a pretty good turnout over in that event so far. Up over 50 entries, so probably get a handful more that come in as registration nears its end. So
Zaki has to rebuild, and what better way than to hit top pair on the very next hand to get some of those chips back. Donnie, is it, based on your experience talking to players and playing yourself, is it easy to get past losing such a massive all-in? Could have sealed the tournament, you could have gotten the points, you could have gotten a little break before hopping into the next one. Is it easy to move on from that?
I think it's something that comes with time, comes with having experienced it, right? You gotta learn to deal with the losses in poker.
Here's a look at a game where you can hopefully win some, maybe also lose some. PokerGoPlay.com. Get in the game yourself. Download it on the App Store or get it on Google Play. PokerGoPlay.com is available right now. Get in the mix and start playing. But yeah, back to what I was asking, Donnie. How do you move past that?
I mean, experience, getting conditioned to the fact that you're going to take beats in poker. They're going to come. Understanding that there is luck involved in this game, while we all do believe that poker is a game of skill. Yes, there is a luck factor. Yes, there is variance. And yes, it cannot treat you well for extended periods of time, right? But, you take one beat, okay, maybe you freak out, break a mouse if you're at home playing online, stuff like that. You take 10 beats, okay, I get it. You take 100 beats, okay, I get it. I know how to act. It's important to keep your composure. It's important to stay focused, right? All these players here that we see playing in the studio at the highest level, they've taken their licks, right, over the years. They know how to handle, the adversity that comes with a bad beat, getting unlucky, or even a cooler situation, running into it, that sort of stuff, right? On the other side, while you have to deal with losing, you do also have to deal with winning. Right? There is a thing that's commonly referred to as up tilt.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
can start winning and you can just think that you're invincible, right? In those times, you got to kind of stay grounded, right? So, it's tricky. There's a lot of mental skill that goes into poker that is more than just like figuring out the game, figuring out your opponents at the table, figuring out how to play hands, right? You have to be mentally strong to go through this whole thing. Just like athletes have to be mentally strong. Just like gamers have to be mentally strong,
Eights here for Wiseman as Zaki limps on the button. By the way, we're now playing a 100K, 200K. Price of poker going up.
Tends to be the level where if we do get to it, there's a lot of clashes that take place. Just fewer big blinds overall.
And Zaki with the quick release here. Wiseman's turn to limp here. Ten, 4, 7 on the flop. 10 for Weissman. Nothing out there for Zaki. Nothing to get committed to.
Zaki gives it up to that bet of 400,000 from Weissman. Weissman now extending a little bit of a lead here. Up to 6.4 million for him, and Zaki ever so slightly below 4 million. 32 big blinds for Weissman. Nearly 20 big blinds for Zaki. Couple of queens here for Justin Zaki.
Donnie, last I checked, pocket queens, very good hand.
Oh yeah, ultra premium.
Ultra premium, indeed.
He's going to raise it up on the button. Joey Wiseman looks interested. The raise is to 450. Wiseman's got the 8-4 of hearts. He's going to get in there and see a flop. 1.1 million out there in the middle. Ace, 6, 4. Wiseman pairs his 4. Also has backdoor heart draw. Zaki's queens are still best. Weissman checks over to Zaki. Zaki gonna come with a bet here. 300,000. Just because Zaki did raise here pre-flop, you know, representing some strength, and this being an ace-high board, doesn't mean Weissman's going to go anywhere. Again, heads up, you know, you're just forced to play some more marginal holdings and get value on the, you know, the pairs that you do end up flopping. Weissman does make the call on this turn card here. Gives Weissman gut shot straight draw. Weissman checks. Zaki checks back. Ace of hearts on the river. Probably makes Zaki feel a little bit more confident in his 2 queens. If there's 2 aces on board, maybe feels like a little bit less of a likelihood that your opponent has an ace. That board pairing on the river could also be something that leads Weissman to paying off some sort of bet here if Zaki does come with something. Just 1.7 million out there.
Oh, here comes a big slide forward from Justin Zaki.
It's a hefty bet there.
Yeah, it is.
1.2 million.
Yep. Wiseman with 0% next to his name.
Just about 2/3 pot here from Zaki. My guess is that he's definitely targeting a value bet here. Fold. Weissman makes the fold. A disciplined one at that, and correctly gets away from it. Zaki rakes this one in, and now just what, 2.5 big blinds thereabouts separating these 2 players. Limp spot here. King, Jack, Jack. Weissman gonna bet here in position, and I guess this just gets done. First one to bet it. This one was probably gonna end up taking it, given their two holdings, and that's exactly what happens. Zaki out of the way.
These players both maneuvering quite well with these shallow stacks. But of course, a big pay jump on the line, so you can't fault them for being cautious. This is a type of pay jump that could really, you know, make your Q1 a whole lot more profitable.
Yeah, I think it's $83,000 between the two.
It's 8 buy-ins.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good chunk of money, of course.
Zaki ace-8 offset here on the button.
$450.
There's the raise. $450. Wiseman puts that jack deuce off into the muck. Next hand, please.
$27 versus 24 big blinds. Both these guys happy to see a cheap flop with these garbage hands. I'd say heads-up poker is probably my least favorite form of poker. I think three-handed is one of the most fun formats of poker because there's so much dynamic stuff going on. Heads-up play is sometimes like watching paint dry. Like, I'm invested. I want to know who wins this. I'm curious to see what the final hand will ultimately be. But it's just a grind, man. It's such a grind. And as a player, you know, you play for 2 long days to get to this phase in the tournament. So you want to be on your A game. You want to really be focused and make sure that you don't lose focus because you have locked up a big score. You got to really stay in there. Eight, 6, 8 on the flop here. Wiseman with ace high. Zaki with the gut shot. Zaki bets 200K with this gut shot. Wiseman has ace high. He has backdoor hearts. Of course, he's going to come along. 7 of diamonds hits on the turn, and now Justin Zaki hits a straight. He's going to try and make some money. Zaki betting what looks like 500K.
Now less than one big blind separating these two players. Just 125K between them. Wiseman is still in the lead.
Jacks for Joey Weissman. Of course, during heads-up play, it all depends on whether your opponent has something playable, but at least for Wiseman, he is off to a good start here. And Queen 6 suited Donnie, that's better than the average hand.
It's playable heads up.
Playable.
I'm not sure it's playable to the extent of just getting all your money in pre-flop, but it's, you know, certainly viable to see the flop. Suited, got a queen. Let's go. Eight, 4, 3 here. 2 diamonds and 1 club. Zaki checks and Weissman with that overpair.
$800.
800,000 is the bet. A little bit of a larger sizing here for what you might see more often, but I think Wiseman might be recognizing, you know, jacks can be a little bit more vulnerable than, let's say, aces or kings. You also don't have the jack of diamonds in your hand. This could be a texture where your opponent does have some draws out there, so you want to deny some equity in that regard. Zaki gives it up, and those jacks work for Wiseman. Stretches out a little bit of a gap once again. Nice looking 8-5 of diamonds here for Zaki on the button. He makes the call. King 9 off for Joey Weissman in the big blind. He checks. Another flop. Nine, 3-3 here. Favors Wiseman. He's got 2 pair. Wiseman did make the call. 10 here on the turn. So Wiseman still best. See what Zaki wants to do.
$1 million in the middle really feels like a lot of chips, but it's just 5 big blinds.
I know, right? I know, I was thinking a couple hands ago, one of them bet 400K. I was like, 400K? I was like, wait, no, it's only 2 big blinds now. It's not that big. 400K, what are they doing? Zaki does keep the bluff up here. This time, $500,000. 500,000 he slides out.
Call.
Call.
Weissman not going anywhere. Makes the call. Ace on the river.
Barry, Barry,
Yeah,
Barry.
you know. Check from Weissman. Not sure this is a good card for Zaki to bluff, but again, kind of going back to what we talked about earlier, he might just feel like he has to bluff.
Check.
He does give it up there. I mean, it's a good give up.
Yeah, Zaki has learned from getting trapped a time or two.
Yeah, and you know, is
I don't think that
paired
one's gonna
board
get
like
through.
that, is Zaki
man,
just going to
tough
be
spot
betting
for
ace
sure.
highs that ultimately get there? Probably not. You know, probably checking back a lot on some streets because ace high has a lot of value. You can play things kind of controlled there. Where Wiseman could certainly call with, you know, a 9, a 10, could call with an ace, of course.
If you want to get a chance to play inside the PokerGo studio, become an annual subscriber to PokerGo, and that automatically enters you into a raffle as we are sending 10 annual subscribers to the PGT Championship Dream Seat Invitational. Use promo code PGTDream24 to save $20 on your annual subscription. Trust me, it's worth it. We also got exclusive high-stakes poker, no gamble, no future, and World Series of Poker live streaming. World Series of Poker streaming, again, is going to be a blend between some free streams and some of our higher production streams that are going to be on the main channel. Also, Donnie, interesting little tidbit, and this is not going to be released anytime soon, but I'm going to be the Wheelmaster General again for the upcoming season of No Gamble, No Future. And I've heard some of the lineups, and we might have some epic blow-ups.
Love it.
I'm thinking of new things to put on the wheel. You know what I came up with is I'll pick something for every player individually, and the plaque is gonna say something you hate. So, for example, I was thinking for Negreanu, I'll bring a Montreal Canadiens jersey that he has to wear at the table. You know, or if it's like a professional athlete, I'll bring a jersey of their rival player or something along those lines. Pretty good, right? Yeah.
I like it.
What should I bring for Helmuth? Something he hates. Maybe
An
pants.
idiot from Northern Europe.
Pants without holes in them. Cutlery. We'll get creative with this. It's gonna be funny. King Queen here for Zaki, flops top pair. Zaki made it 450 before the flop. Wiseman made the call. High likelihood tomorrow of a stellar final table, given the players I'm currently seeing in the 15K. It's funny how the 15K somehow, you know, brings out some different players, as if that 5K bump is really making it worth it.
Yeah, I've always felt, you know, on the other side, it's equally as interesting that a lot of the players, or some of the players that frequent the $10,000 buy-in level, like, won't go up to the 15. It's like, it's not that much more. There's a lot of additional prize money out there, and it's a very similar playing field. You know, it's not like you're going from a 10K to a 50K, where the player pool that's out there in those events can certainly get a lot more improved. You know, you start drawing out the Jason Koons, the Isaac Haxtons, like, you know, the upper echelon of players. So yeah, you might not feel like your edge is there at all or as big, right? So maybe you skip some of the bigger buy-in stuff, but a 10 to 15 seems pretty good, and you get that nice little jump to the prize pool.
Exactly right. Robert says, a muzzle for Helmuth. Imagine if his penalty was you can't speak for 10 hands.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be a good one. I like that. Luke says, bring Daniel meat. Well, I don't want to take it that far. I think the Canadiens jersey is probably a good one.
Zaki going to take the initiative here on the turn with a 325,000 chip bet. This was limped in position from Wiseman. Check on the flop. Wiseman going to give this one up here on the turn. Zaki takes it. Couple of aces here for Justin Zaki in position as well.
Aces. Ultra premium, super monster mega hand. Wiseman with the pathetic 7-4 offsuit.
Yeah, it's close enough.
You can make a straight. It's easier to make a straight with 7-4 than it is with aces.
Weissman gets in there with the call.
Queen 10-6, favorable for Zaki. $500K bet from Zaki, and Wiseman with the quick fold. And once again, chip lead changes hands.
Yeah, we are. I mean, you asked me about it earlier. Now we're kind of starting to get close to that event number 6 registration close. So if these guys do have aspirations of playing in that event, you know, maybe that's something that's starting to creep into their minds. Doesn't look like they're really in any rush to go anywhere, of course. You know, trying to close this one out. Between them, you know, guaranteed $149,000, but there is $232,000 up top, so an $83,000 pay jump is what they're going for, plus the points, of course, which are all important for the series leaderboard. And that's where the the volume comes in, because if you do want to contend for that series leaderboard title, you do want to try and get as many tournaments, as many entries in as possible, so that you can give yourself the most opportunities to have success throughout the series. And that's where the event number 6 registration closing, I think 15-20 minutes from now, I believe, or for these players. So we'll see. We'll know when tournament director Paul Campbell announces the break. He usually announces the reg closing break, and we'll hear him in the background.
Yeah, he'll be like, "Are you sure you guys don't want to buy in and drop a stack?"
Well, I mean, yesterday, 1 out of the 3 did. The Carry Cats, right? He did opt to drop a stack. Oh, there you heard Paul there. 2 more hands.
Was that?
You're going to play the 15K?
I would max it if we finished in time. I don't think I would carry it, though. You see what he did?
Oh,
He stack
no.
Carry
Yeah.
it.
I want to
New
play
phrase.
it too.
Wow.
We got like 12 minutes plus the break, so that's some time.
Oh, yeah, so it sounds like they got 25-30 minutes before they'll have to make the ultimate decision on whether or not they get in there. Carry it there from Joey Wiseman, meaning buying in, dropping a stack, as Carey did, even though he was still 3-handed at a final table.
So absurd.
Couple of 10s here for Zaki. Connected 9-8 here for Wiseman. 1.1 in there. Zaki raising on the button. Here we go. Okay, this could be fun.
Wow.
Might not need all those 25, 30 minutes.
Open and a straight draw for Wiseman, of course. The 8 of hearts would have made this even more spicy. Zaki flopping middle set. And because of the draws out there, the hearts and the straight draw, Zaki very likely to bet. And let's see what Weissman is going to do here. Looks like a 500K bet, so half pot here from Zaki. Yeah, there it is. Wiseman coming along. Wow, huge turn card coming up. Zaki, of course, well in the lead. And the ace of hearts gives Wiseman even more outs. Donnie, Zaki's got to give some respect to the potential of Wiseman having hearts, but still, his set is so strong here.
Yeah, there is some potential for the hearts. I mean, his set is, as you said, very strong. It's also pretty good if you're Zaki, where you're unblocking the jack and the ace, so your opponent can connect with those. Zaki electing to check back. 5 on the river is pretty darn safe, if you ask me.
I mean, now all of a sudden, Wiseman has gone from excited to perhaps frustrated, missing both draws. 2.1 million in the middle, not the type of pot you just want to give up on. But then again,
we'll see if he wants to bluff.
Yeah, can he make any believable bluffs here?
I think he can represent hearts. He does have the 9 of hearts in his hand, so, you know, taking away some heart combinations for his opponent.
$1.5.
Wow.
75% pot with the old 9 high.
I cannot imagine Justin Zaki laying this down.
I can't imagine him laying it down. I think he's ultimately going to find a call. I also don't think it goes anywhere further than just a call, right?
Yep.
I think this is just a spot where, given the way that he played it, you know, just call this one. You know, let's say you do have thoughts about jamming. You know, what is your opponent calling with that you beat, right?
And there it is. The quick toss. Wiseman shows the bluff. Zaki shows the set, and he's going to take a commanding chip lead yet again. He's been here before, by the way. This is the 3rd time Justin Zaki.
Hearts, no ace of hearts. Boom, ace of hearts.
The 3rd time Zaki has been up to over 7 million chips. This time, however, Wiseman down to 14 big blinds.
Check.
We're back to a small hand with small cards. Most importantly, though, Zaki has a big lead, and he doesn't want to relinquish that lead again.
Blinds are up, too. 125, 250.
Wow. Is this the first time we've been this far in the structure?
How far did we get last night? No, we had to have gotten there last night because they got past. Oh, I don't know.
Last night, I think they finished in the
I don't remember.
100 or 200 level. Because last night we started way earlier
yeah,
in
we
the
started
structure.
earlier. Yeah, that's right. I don't remember. We can look it up, but we're lazy.
Yeah. All I care about is the chat and the play. 13 bigs for Wiseman. Zaki probably eager to put his opponent at risk every chance he gets, and he finds pocket kings.
550.
All right, let's see what Zaki has here. Ace queen off. All right.
Well, this is going in.
Better sit up straight and pay attention because this is going in.
This is incredible, the hands I'm getting on the button, dude.
Big hands? I have a big hand.
I have kings.
Probably beat it.
Wow, kings versus ace queen.
I've had so many fucking massive hands.
Really?
It's insane, yeah.
Justin Zaki having quite the day, but he won't be completely happy unless he's able to close it out. Justin Zaki needs his kings to hold up, or else we're basically back to square one. We've seen our share of exciting runouts. Wiseman drilled a 9 earlier. Can he find an ace? Not quite there yet. Spades also won't be a help for him because Wiseman's spade is dominated by the king of Zaki. Wiseman looking for an ace and an ace only, or this thing will be over. Turn card, the 5 of spades. Doesn't make a difference, but one out removed from Wiseman in the sense that the ace of spades would not be good for him. 2 outs. This will be brutal for Justin Zaki. He is 1 card away from the title. River card, the 10 of hearts, and it is all over.
Good job, bro.
Justin Zaki takes it
Probably
down.
regret that fold I made to you. Maybe.
Zaki takes home $232,400.
Hold on. You get to play the 15.
Terrific showing, and both these players obviously hopping into the very next event, hoping to gather even more points. Wiseman takes home $149,400. Great showing by him as well, and a great jump-off point for both players to start chasing more points in the upcoming 15Ks and 25K events. That was quite the final table. Justin Zaki went on an absolute heater after Steven Chidwick had the hot start. Here's a look at the final results presented to you by OctopiPoker.ai. Joris Ruijs, the first player to go in 6th, then Justin Saliba, Sam Soverel. Steven Chidwick still managed to get 3rd despite it not being his day. And then we watched a long heads-up match between Wiseman and Justin Zaki. This thing has wrapped up. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been an honor and a pleasure to call the action. And there it is, Zaki hoisting the trophy in his first career PGT title. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 4 p.m. Eastern for continued coverage of the 2024 PokerGO Cup. Here's a quick look back at some of the faces we saw at today's final table. Tomorrow looks to be a stacked one. Don't miss it. The PGT continues right here on YouTube, Twitch, and of course on PokerGO.com. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.